Education Board meeting. I would like to call the meeting to order. Tonight, we are using the closed captioning feature. The captioning will also be visible on the YouTube live stream. So for those speaking during the meeting, please speak clearly so the closed captions are as accurate as possible. Would everyone in the boardroom please stand if you're able, and we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for those that serve our country and just for our families in general. Thank you. Ms. King, may I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller-Aragon.
Here.
Danielle Gonzalez. Barbara Peterson.
Here.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Here.
Josefina Dominguez.
Here.
Courtney Jackson.
Here.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Here. The meeting format. Community members may attend the APS Board of Education meetings in person here at the Allison Bruce King Educational Complex, 6400 Uptown Boulevard Northeast, or by watching the live stream on the APS Board of Education YouTube channel. Our first item is adoption of the April 5th, 2023 Board of Education meeting agenda and approval of the March 1st, 2023 and March 15th, 2023 Board of Education meeting minutes. May I have a motion, please?
I move to approve the April 5th, 2023 Board of Education meeting agenda and approve the March 1st, 2023 and March 15th, 2023 Board of Education meeting minutes.
I'll second. Josefina.
Have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller-Aragon.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our next item is public forum, and Secretary Jackson will lead us in the instructions and the introduction of this.
Okay. Welcome to our public forum guests. When you signed up to speak, you were asked to review the rules and expectations which our presiding officer will enforce. The New Mexico Open Meetings Act requires that our agendas specify in advance the items that will be discussed and voted on during the meeting. Therefore, public forum is not a dialogue among speakers and board members, but rather a chance to hear from our community. We will call participants to speak in the order they signed up, whether in person or virtual. Those here with us tonight will be asked to come to the microphone in the center aisle at the back of the room when your name is called. Online guests will stay in a virtual waiting room until it is their turn to speak. When it is your time, you will be escorted into the main meeting space. Please turn on your audio and video. Once your speaking time is up, you will be ushered back into the waiting room. When you are finished speaking, you may choose to leave the meeting and watch it on live stream. We have set aside 45 minutes for public forum. Because there are fewer than 22 speakers this evening, each of you will have 2 minutes to address the board. Please be concise and try not to repeat what others have said. Tonight, there are 15 speakers. Once your time is up, you will be directed to complete your sentence quickly so that others may speak. You may not yield your unused time to other speakers. If we don't get to all of you tonight, but I think we will, or you feel you were unable to convey your message, you may email us at boarded@aps.edu. In addition, for those of you who are here tonight, a representative from our service center is here to assist you, and she is sitting right back there. Okay, so at this time, Mr. Gonzalez, will you please introduce our speakers?
Thank you, board member. Our first speaker tonight is on Zoom, Peter Lorenz. Hi, you have 2 minutes once you begin speaking. Oh, and you're on mute, so hold on. You need to unmute yourself, please. There we go. 2 minutes when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the board. I'm Peter Lorenz, CEO of UNIREC, and also I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to speak in support of East Mountain High School's contract amendment. Great leadership and student-centered teaching are the keys to making sure every student has the skill they need to succeed in life, and East Mountain High School has both of these. I visited the school just a few months ago, and I was thoroughly impressed with what I saw. Engaged students who were genuinely eager to learn. I saw a science class working on hands-on project that got them outside to collect samples around the school's property. I saw a debate class where students gave each other thoughtful feedback to improve their arguments. And I got to walk around a history class where students were excited to tell me about their group projects. That kind of enthusiasm for learning is almost always sparked by passionate and effective teachers. And to see this commitment in almost every one of East Mountain students is a testament to the culture there, built by an incredibly committed team of educators. But even without a visit, the school's performance data speaks volume. A 98% graduation rate, strong reading and math proficiency. East Mountain students master the skills they need for the future. And so many of them go on to excel in colleges and universities all over the country and even internationally. So there's a huge demand for this kind of quality in our community. And this school's long wait list, year after year, shows this. We want more Albuquerque students to be able to benefit from the high quality instruction East Mountain offers. And we ask you to approve their request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Alyssa Romaine, and she'll be in person. And you'll have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service to our community and for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alyssa Romaine, and my child attends Collette Park Elementary. I am here again today to express my profound concern about a new district policy that is reducing funding for schools like Collette Park that serve a large number of special education students. Under this policy, my child is counted as just 38% of a student in order to determine school funding. I am disappointed and alarmed that APS has decided to implement this policy. By law, all students have a right to be free from discrimination. The result of this policy is that the students at Collette Park will have less access to instruction in art, music, and physical education than their peers at schools with fewer special education students. It will also mean that when special education students are included in a general ed setting, those classes will be overcrowded. This misguided, clearly disablest policy is punishing Collette Park for serving students with special needs. I ask that this policy be revised, at the very least at the elementary school level. It is fundamentally unfair and openly discriminatory to allocate funds in this way. Our schools should not be punished for welcoming special education students. The policy must be changed so that all of our students will be guaranteed the free and appropriate public education that is their legal right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Katrina Garcia Spillman. Hi, you have
Hello,
2
good
minutes.
evening. Right, thank you. I'm Katrina Garcia Spielman. You've seen me many times before. I'm head teacher at Edward Gonzalez and a 0.5 gifted teacher at Edward Gonzalez and Kit Carson. And I'm here to speak in opposition to some of the details of the proposed calendar. My biggest issue with the calendar is the modified Wednesdays for everyone. As a head teacher who worked in a school with modified Wednesdays for 7.5 years, this made scheduling very, very difficult. With the short day in the mix, we have very little wiggle room for scheduling, and it's hard for our students to have irregular schedules. Our students with special needs are some of the ones who need routine the most, and this impacts them greatly. Also, as a teacher now with 2 schools, due to the lack of gifted identification and gifted funding, I have no idea how I'll provide equitable services to my 2 schools, both full of low-income students of color. With the school schedule right now, we have 5 Mondays off, short Wednesdays, and 2 Fridays. And I have no idea how I will make that work in 2 halftime positions. I'm concerned that the short Wednesdays will make scheduling a challenge for everyone. Short Wednesdays also make it a challenge for families. And as we heard at FedRep Council last night, many families choose just not to bring their students to school on Wednesdays because they can't arrange for transportation in the afternoons. We recognized already that the ELTP calendar with extra days for schools didn't work and caused an increase of absences. And I'm worried that the short Wednesdays, especially the irregular short Wednesdays, will just result in more absences. If we are truly focused on the student outcomes, we need to look at the effect of an irregular schedule that would have for gifted students and special education students, because they deserve to have their needs met as well. I would much rather have one day a week to stay after school for 2 hours for my professional development than have to have an irregular schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Marcy May. She'll be in person. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. I have been sending emails to our school board and superintendent very regularly, especially these past 2.5 years regarding various subjects. The last one that I sent a few weeks ago was in regards to the videos that have been shown by Project Veritas exposing teacher training that is basically telling teachers that they cannot, even if they think that it might be good for a child, to inform parents of health issues. And this is in regards with gender affirming care, and everyone can have their opinion on it. But when you were talking about gender affirming care with surgeries that, according to Chloe Cole, who is an 18-year-old who went through some transition, and she has quoted that each one of these surgeries cost at least $1 million at the start. This puts these children who don't even know how to say no to drugs and things like that. But when they are subjected to having their bodies being requiring lifetime hormonal treatments that are leading to embolisms and stroke, and you can smirk all that you want, but when it comes to knowing what the actual consequences of these hormonal treatments that are going on, ask any woman who goes through their monthly cycle if they're not affected by these hormones. And here we have artificial hormones that are actually class 1 carcinogens. We're pumping these into their kids. And now when they start this procedure, they're subjected to doing this. Chloe Cole.
Miss May, I'm sorry, that's your 2 minutes. Please wrap it up in one quick sentence.
What I'm saying is that APS is allowing this to be going on. We have not yet had a statement from the board regarding these videos. They're being neglected, and you might as well just put, if you want to put this kind of treatment in, let's get some vending machines with cigarettes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Regina Nordick. I'm sorry. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm the parent of 2 high school students. I came here to speak in spite of the fact that a school principal told me last week I would be wasting my breath because the calendar for next year is a done deal. I want to believe that parents' needs and wishes are going to be considered when making the final decision. I speak with concerns about the proposed 23-24 schedule. I believe that several of the proposed changes are ill-advised, and others have spoken about some of them, and probably others will speak. But I would like to talk about 2 that are particularly problematic for teenagers. One is the extremely early start in the year, and the other is the extended winter break. The issue of the early start is compounded by how late it has been announced for families. It's a very short period of time before suddenly we will start again. Starting school on August the 3rd during the height of summer causes problems for facilities, and reduces summer opportunities for students and families. APS has a history of having problems with air conditioning at the beginning of the year. Starting earlier puts additional strain on overworked systems and is likely to result in students trying to concentrate during scorching heat. Many students work during the summer to earn money for college. Taking an extra week off an already short summer paycheck is unfair to them. Others catch up on credits, take additional classes, or engage in various enrichment opportunities offered by other entities during the summer months. These changes would reduce that time and therefore the opportunities available. Families often schedule travel or visits with extended family during the summer. Albuquerque is already out of sync with many other places in the country. If we start an entire month before Labor Day, when much of the rest of the country begins, our families get cut out of a large chunk of time they might otherwise have to connect with friends and family outside our state.
Ms. Nordyke, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Can you wrap up in one quick sentence?
This leads to my second concern, which is the very long winter break. 2 weeks is standard for everywhere in the country, and none of the reasons for having a longer summer break apply in January. Given the dearth of alternative job, travel, educational, and enrichment activities available then, 2 weeks off of school for winter break is plenty.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Sergio Schwartz. 2 minutes once you begin speaking, sir.
President Montoya Cordova, Superintendent Elder, and members of the board. My name is Sergio Schwartz. I'm the father of 4 students in APS, and some of you may know me as the community school coordinator at Rio Grande High. I want my children to grow up in a world where they do not fear going to school, where our swords and arms have been beaten into plowshares, where guns are a relic of the past. I want them to feel and to hear freedom ringing out in the beloved community, for the dream of justice and safety to be manifested into reality and deferred no more. But I know that that's something that we're not able to provide them today. What we do have the power to do is continue to lay the foundations and equip our children and students with the tools necessary to truly realize a dream for future generations. The burgeoning social science or restorative practices provide the most effective tools for today. Restorative practices empower our students with the ability to see how their actions impact their peers and community so that they may become protagonists for the world of tomorrow. It empowers them with humility, vulnerability, and a deep and abiding capacity to see their neighbor's humanity as well as their own. It empowers them with the practice and language of unity, kindness, empathy, love, equity, and justice. It cultivates an environment of safety and care, and it engenders hope in a time of division, disillusionment, and apathy. I humbly ask that the board, as a united institution, deepen and reflect on the implementation and theories of restorative practices, free from any prejudice or preconceived notions. I ask that you consider its far-reaching impact as you deliberate on the 4th and final 5-year goal, and as well as the last guardrail. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Carrie Jordan. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Carrie Jordan, a mom from the East Mountains, speaking in opposition to the proposed calendar. First, I find it very misleading to count Wednesdays as full instructional days. The early release is not a full 6.5 regular hour day. The challenges of a shortened Wednesday schedule are already evidenced in winter when we have a similar time schedule for snow days with reduced teaching hours. This change would ensure a significant disruption every week, in addition to inevitably when it snows again in the East Mountains. My elementary schooler and middle schooler are both on IEPs, and we all know that that can mean anything from gifted programs to very subject-specific assistance and sometimes time management type structural needs. That last part impacts the classroom routines and learning time with teachers, as well as our home for my children on shortened school days in a way that decelerates my students' educational momentum for the entire week, every single school week. This also affects the after-school schedule and makes it a social equity issue. It disproportionately impacts the working capacity of low and income parents who can least afford expensive enrichment programs, much less basic childcare. Some middle schools may simply be alone doing extra homework that could be done in class. Prior to my children attending our district schools, we were at an APS charter school in a 50-50 homeschool program, so we have firsthand experience with the commitment needed to be successful learners with home-based schoolwork. Nearly 6 months ago, my husband and I began to scrutinize, budget, and string together a whole summer's worth of diverse educational camps, swim team, music lessons, etc., for both our kids. It is unreasonable to change the dates at this late point when so many parents have similar, let alone maybe even vacations, family reunions, and other non-refundable events.
Ms. Jordan, I need to stop you. You've gone over 2 minutes. Can you please wrap it up in one very quick sentence?
That have just been anticipated in these past couple of weeks when we received Superintendent Elder's letter on March 16th. Until that point, we were expected to be wholly responsible for this precious time with our children. I hope you'll reconsider this schedule proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Parker Berg.
Yes, hello.
Hi, you have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to say that trying to get to my notes here. Here we go. Gosh, darn it, phone. Yes, hello. My name is Parker Berg, and I'm a parent of 2 children at APS as well. My intention seems to close the learning gap. It doesn't create and other unintended favorable consequences. The longer middle school breaks and the early release Wednesdays instead create significant structure and stability gap, meaning, we're going to lose all our momentum here every week. Throughout the week, this absolutely ruins their momentum. We know this has to be the case. There is a 2-hour delay. There will be extra onus here that would put parents and caregivers. It sure would seem that this is also a social equity issue because of educational enrichment programs are not free. Everyone, of course, has been anticipating the summer, family time, and many of the others invested in educational extracurricular opportunities starting in 2022. So much of these plans are largely unrefundable. At this time, my family has 5 months to coordinate efforts to plan for our children's upcoming summer, making healthy balance between academic enrichments, activities including music, sports, art, and family downtime. Here's just a couple of examples of advanced planning I'm aware of because my kids are attending Math Discovery Academy, which is through APS Gifted Program, and they began advertising this month-long full-day camp on January 7th. YMCA Camp Shaver began summer registration on November 8th, and their final week overlaps with the first week of this proposed calendar. It is unreasonable to expect changes for this summer at this late date. I know that these schedule changes will not catch up our kids, instead of the gap widens even more. I would really like to just say that it's about momentum, and both the teachers and the parents, strive to have their kids in that 6.5 hours every day. I know my son having an IEP 504 struggles. And a lot of it is due to
Mr. Berg, I have to stop you. Sir. You've gone over your 2 minutes. Wrap up what you're saying in your statement in a quick sentence, please.
Please don't do this, especially without informing us first and having a real serious dialogue before you implement this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dan Gillespie. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking, sir.
Hi, thank you, board and Madam Chairwoman. August 3rd, that's a huge bummer. I have a week-long camping trip in Montana that it's either first week of high school or week-long camping trip with the family. Dang. So I'm here because of elementary science education. So Albuquerque prescribes to the New Mexico State Science Elementary Standard. That is the NGSS standards topics arrangement. So science is 5 topics. It's chemistry, biology, physics, geology, and astronomy. Now, you all withhold teaching students the definition of an atom until middle school. And then you complain that you have high dropout rates that start in middle school for the last 2 meetings. Teach the kids science. They're interested in it. Like, why withhold the definition of an atom until middle school when in 1st and 2nd grade, they can learn all about molecules and chemical reactions and polymers and biology and plants? This is a debate at the state level because the school board is obligated to follow the state standards, and the state standards are the topics arrangement for the NGSS. In page 1 of 102, page 1 of 102 for the NGSS standards say you can arrange your content in any order that you so choose, and that's okay. Really, have you ever learned anything backwards to front? Because I haven't. I start from the beginning and I progress my way down. Atoms, they're the smallest thing in the universe. Start there. Atoms, molecules, chemical reactions, everything thereafter is a derivation. My name's Dan. I'm a parent to 2 students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ruth Porta. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking, ma'am.
Good evening, President Montoya Cordova, members of the community. You know me, this is my 5th time speaking. I'm Ruth Porta, owner of La Esperanza Child Development Center. And I'm just coming maybe to clarify because probably I haven't been clear. As a provider, I'm not opposed of public schools offering early childhood education because that is the beauty of New Mexico. The mixed delivery system, where private providers, Head Start, City of Albuquerque, and public education give that service. It's the parents' choice. We are looking at the needs of the parents. A parent can select any program according to their values and their needs. So we cannot get that one away. What I'm opposed is to the mass expansion that APS has in future plans. That mass expansion includes 14,000 children, 3 and 4 year olds, according to the Albuquerque Journal article back in February. So that means that APS wants to monopolize early childhood. And APS doesn't care about, like we're seeing right now, they are not caring about the needs of the families, modifying the schedule. So they don't care about the needs of the families and the communities. So that plan of mass expansion is going to monopolize and is going to take away the beauty of mixed delivery in early childhood. And we're going to go, right now we are the 10 in the nation, and it's because parents' choice. Unfortunately, K-12, they don't have that, right? That will fix education, but anyway, that is another story. Parents' choice. So my second point is the lack of collaboration. So
Ms. Porta, I have to stop you. Please wrap up in a quick sentence.
There's no collaboration. We had yesterday the New Mexico Pre-K Roadshow to collaborate, organized by ECCD, none of APS officials. went to that meeting. I was so excited, to go and collaborate, but there's no collaboration. So that's
Thank you, ma'am.
proof that they want to monopolize early childhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Ilgen. Teresa, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Teresa Ilgen. I'm a teacher at West Mesa High School. I also am in support of Safe Schools. And I'm just going to roll into what Action Now has been doing. But I wanted to requote Sergio. I really like that you said justice and safety can manifest into a reality, but we're a long way from that. I agree. Action Now continues to meet on Wednesdays during lunch in our library. Some of the things that we've been doing is we sent out a student survey to kind of gauge their ideas on what would make West Mesa campus safer. And like many of us have been coming and communicating to the board, we had 305 responses, and they said, more security CSAs and social workers. We left the survey open still for more students kind of trickle in with responses. But that's 17% of West Mesa student population of about like 1,650. The other thing that we've been discussing is the fact that APS has a handbook committee that has been meeting. And we are just wondering that when those handbook changes are ready, if there is going to be community input and community review of the changes made to the handbook, or if it's just going to be something that gets pushed through and like, we met, here are the changes to the handbook, and this is what we're adopting. Another thing that I would like to say is that yesterday we had Tanya Covington come and speak to our staff about restorative justice, which is really nice because I think that it's a really foggy area for many people, and how it's been implemented at many schools has been completely incorrect and not effective. And it has kind of been used as a crutch to say that we're doing it, but we are not doing it properly. And then that kind of hits on all my points there. And just speaking to the schedule, I don't know how to feel about the schedule, but I do know that the air conditioning really doesn't work in my building. So, and I was the winner of the hottest room 2 years ago when West Mesa's air conditioning went out, and I lost 15 pounds in sweat. And my room was—
Miss Ilgen, I have to stop you. Over 2 minutes. Wrap it up very quickly, please.
Like my room was at 90 at the end of every class day, and it was like a state of delusion for me. And you're going to burn teachers out. Thank you.
Our next speaker is on Zoom, Kathleen Hager. Kathleen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I hear you. You have 2 minutes starting now.
Thank you. And thank you, APS board and Chairwoman Yolanda Montoya Cordova. You gave me a very nice honor last month for being the New Mexico School Counselor of the Year. And I was very proud to represent APS and the state of New Mexico in Washington, D.C. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about the new calendar that's proposed. And I understand this is a hard issue, but it's something that really tugs at my heart. I work in an elementary school, and right now, we go to school for 1,089 hours a year. That's the time from 7:48 to 1:55 where students are actually in my building. Under the proposed plan, my students are going to lose a lot of time at school. We're going to have 152 days of full day and 30 days of half day, which only totals 1,053 hours. So sadly, for kids sitting in seats at school, at my school at North Star, we're going to lose 36 hours of instructional time, which equals 6 full school days. My kids need to be in class more than losing 6 full school days. That's a whole week of school plus 1. So we're adding 4 days to the calendar, and I don't mind coming in early, staying late, having an extended school year, whatever. But we're adding 4 days, but our students are losing 6 days. The math, I was like, holy schmoly, it just didn't make sense to me. So what we're doing is the proposed calendar, it's sort of like APS staff is gaining at the expense of our students. Please, we are asking for kids to be at my school more hours. We would love an extra 20 minutes a day.
Does taking days of school away really help with meeting the commitments of Yazi Martinez? I have kids that speak 43 different languages here from many nationalities, many underserved.
Ms. Hager, can you hear me?
I can. I'll
minutes.
finish up real quick, okay? Okay. Please, with our new guardrails and guidelines, please don't take 6 days of school away from me. Please, when you look at this calendar tonight, I've been told it's a done deal. I know the school board, I don't believe that. Please take into hours that children are actually learning in the classroom.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
very much. Our next speaker is in person, Susie Gao. Ms. Gao, you have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I've spoken here so many times. So actually, I want to touch upon two topics here. One thing is about the calendar. Like the previous speaker says, we actually reduce the number of days for the students instead of increase the days. And I really oppose this new calendar. Please reconsider. And on Wednesday, only half day does not make any sense. Logically, in terms of childcare and education continuity is all problem there. And second thing I want to speak about the recent undercover videos about what APS, some staff saying they're hiding information from parents about the troubles or the problems students have at schools. So one thing I would say that last year when APS was organizing the community outreach events and to get parent input and to engage parents to improve student outcome, I was very excited and was very hopeful. I was kind of participating in multiple of those events, but looks like the undercover video showed just the opposite, because instead of helping those vulnerable students who we work with the parents to get some real help for those people who are a bit confused in some way, APS seems like they're encouraging gender transition plan for those students who need actual help. Now, another thing I want to say that seems like APS is openly promote this trans agenda, because there's this flyer called Trans Queer Ally Pride, and that flyer was found at this building here. So that's very, very concerning. I have right now two kids who are attending APS, but all the recent videos I'm very concerned. So I'm kind of thinking I need to think an alternative to send where my kids to go for higher, middle, higher schools.
Ms. Gao, you've gone over 2 minutes. I need you to wrap it up in one quick sentence, please.
So yeah, I want to say that first of all, in the calendar, please reconsider those. That doesn't work for the APS. We're already at the bottom of the education. And secondly, you all should express your attitude. Do you actually agree that parental rights stop when they send their children to public schools?
Ms. Gao, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Vickers. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
All right. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Elder. My name is Laura Vickers, and hopefully you recognize me by now because this is my 5th time being here. I work at West Mesa High School, and I'm part of Action Now, helping out with, issues at the school, meeting on our lunches, doing true PLC. And I'm here to ask, actually reiterate what Ms. Ilgen said, which is please, before you put out the handbook next year, to get community feedback for that, because we are looking at our own handbook and we're trying to make sure that it's fair, it's put together correctly, and that it's something that goes out right away to set the tone for the school year so that we don't have as many discipline problems. Restorative practices. I wanted to talk about that because we had a speaker named Tanya Covington come see us, and she said that she has been trying to contact the board and the superintendent's office, and that she has not received a call back or anything. So I have her business card right here, and I'm going to give it to you guys somehow. Maybe somebody could take it
You
up
can hand
to
it to
you
me.
or something.
I'll make sure they get it. Thank you.
And it would be nice to have actual training on what restorative practices are instead of leaving people, just kind of in the dark. So please consider her training. She's offering us teachers money to go for a week in June to learn this. And that's a very wonderful thing to have an opportunity like that. So please give her a call and consider her. And also on the schedule, I've always thought August was too much. I didn't grow up like that. We went to school in September. We got out in June.
Ms. Vickers, I'm sorry, you've gone over your 2 minutes.
Climate, got it. Yeah, you guys
Please
won't be
wrap it
paying
up.
so much in utilities, okay?
Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
don't burn us out. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Our next speaker is, I believe it's Laura Sabo. Thank you, ma'am. You have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lara Sabo, and I am a parent of a child at John Baker Elementary, and I also serve on our instructional council. And I wanted to speak about the calendar, primarily about the feedback opportunity. I remember not so many months ago that the board delayed voting on the teacher's contract because you didn't have sufficient time to review it. We didn't have sufficient time to review these changes. And I have no belief that you had sufficient time to read all of our feedback. Many of the parents took a lot of time to give very diligent feedback on this calendar. I happen to be a person who's very much in favor of balanced breaks. This is a step towards that. It's not there yet. Research also supports that. However, there are some things on this calendar that are not thought out. Wednesday early release is not thought out. In October, there are 2 3-day weeks back to back. Everybody has seen that 3-day weeks cause excessive absences as well as instructional gaps. So there are things in this calendar that were not thought out because it was rushed. And I understand that we had to respond to legislation, but to be honest, we all knew this legislation was coming. So we could have been prepared. We could have had options where parents had adequate time to give feedback. I also understand, I did read your Q&A in advance, and I understand that you are looking at lengthening the day. Therefore, the hour calculation does add up to adding hours to the calendar. However, that's dependent on a hopeful that the negotiated time with the teachers is going to work out, and we're going to have the 15 minutes volunteered for by teachers to cover drop-off and pickup for elementary students. That's a little concerning from a safety perspective. And I think that nobody feels confident that our feedback was actually taken. And so I would just really challenge you to have a way to reply to our feedback so that we continue to take these surveys and we continue to give our valuable time to you. Thanks.
Thank you. And board members, that completes public forum.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thanks to everyone that spoke tonight. We are going to be taking up a conversation on the calendar. So for those that had some concerns about that, that's like first on the item. So you could be here and watch us get through all of that. And then I just want to say to everyone else, thank you for the input on concerns around restorative practices, safe schools, the special ed concern, and just the support for approving one of our charter school East Heights change. And also just we do continue to hear in terms of the feedback regarding the Project Veritas, and we do take that seriously, and we have been looking at it. So we'll move on to the next item, our special issues. Our next item for discussion and action is consideration for review and approval of the 2023-2024 calendar. And this is going to be a discussion action. We've got Dr. Segura, hopefully with some friends. So we have a lot on our plate on this discussion, so I really appreciate it's like we have 2 experts here at the table who are going to guide us through this process. I do want to remind the board that and there is a lot of validity to some of the rushness in this because legislation was just passed on the 16th. And while there was, we were anticipating that this was going to be added, we weren't sure how it was going to be added because there was some discussions and there was a lot of play about where the professional development was going to be in. So yes, there was some calendars that were being tossed about, but now is like, here's the calendar, here's with the actual item that's before us and the time and the hours that they've added. They didn't add days, they just added hours. And so we're having to figure all that out. So Dr. Segura, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can walk us through what you've got before us.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and Superintendent Elder. I do have a presentation to go over some of all of the variables that we've had to consider. This has been a very heavy lift and time has been of the essence and has been a challenge. And so we do recognize that. But I want to take us through a little bit of the journey. So I don't have control, but if we can move to the next slide. I do want to thank the APS Calendar Committee, the APS District and school-based staff, APS school board members, ATF and AFCP unions, students, families, and community members for feedback, questions, collaboration, contributions, and care throughout this very difficult process. So a little bit about House Bill 130. What it does is it increases the minimum instructional hours for all students. Elementary are moving from a minimum of 990 to 1140, and secondary are moving from a minimum of 1080 to 1140. Districts may subtract up to 60 hours of professional time of the 1140 for elementary schools, which would put them at the 1080. And 30 hours of the 1140 for secondary schools, which would put them at the minimum of 1,110. Funding also increases for additional days beyond 180 in the bill. So the APS calendar timeline, October 17th, we convened and discussed the development of a traditional and the TOPS ELTP calendars. Principals took to their schools to collect preliminary feedback. On October 24th, the calendar committee convened and finalized proposed calendars based on the feedback. December 7th, originally scheduled to present calendars to school board, but it was postponed due to information that we all received from legislators about possible legislation to add instructional time. January 19th, HB 130 and HB 194 were introduced. January 19th through March 13th, district staff worked to create a potential 1140 calendar, and there have been multiple scenarios and considerations. March 13th, the calendar committee met and discussed the proposed 1140 calendar to get feedback. On the 15th, we met and voted to approve the calendar. On March 16th, HB 130 was signed into law. On the 16th, the same day that it was signed into law, we developed and distributed to our constituents a survey for some feedback, and it was out for 2 weeks. March 29th, survey closed and the data was coded, analyzed, and considered. April 5th, here we are. We're proposing an 1140 in TOPS, as well as a college and career high school calendars, presenting them to you all. April 14th, district calendars are due to NMPED per our last meeting. APS calendar approval will allow for schools to build and finalize their master schedules for next school year, as well as online registration may open for next school year as well. So there were many, many, many considerations in this calendar. And, some of us personally, I'm, a staff member here for APS. I'm also a parent and a community member. And so I had to really put myself into each of those places in development of this calendar and take into consideration many of the constituents' concerns, students' concerns, staff concerns, and our families as well. And so it was, like I said, a heavy lift. So our committee consisted of district staff, school site staff, representatives of ATF and AFCP unions, as well as parents. We received feedback from our superintendent's student advisory council, We considered recommendations also from our middle school and high school task forces, which were inclusive of the following recommendations: professional learning time for grade level, content alike, and interdisciplinary team teachers, a later start for high school students, teacher and student fatigue, a need to boost SEL supports and restorative practices in schools, increased support staffing, counselors, social workers, nurses, etc., advisory time and increased student voice at the secondary level, flexible scheduling at the secondary level to allow for project-based learning opportunities, and transition jumpstart half days for our 5th graders moving on to 6th and our 8th graders moving on to 9th. Additional considerations in the building of this calendar: we wanted to honor the intent of House Bill 130, which was to increase instructional time for students, as well as embed teacher professional learning and collaboration time. We had to consider contractual federal holidays, and they land where they land. We don't get to move them, which we wanted to many times. Built-in time for inclement weather days. The negotiated agreement to ensure that we allowed for the number of days after a grading term before having parent-teacher conferences. Balanced grading terms, so consistency across all grade levels in schools. Professional learning and collaboration time for teachers, K-12, and also our APS goals and guardrails. So when we look at our alignment to the goals and guardrails, we look at increased instructional time for all students, which we feel directly aligns with goals 1 through 3, as well as guardrails 2 and 4. Professional learning time for grade level content alike and interdisciplinary team teachers hits all 4 of our goals, as well as guardrails 2, 4, and 5. A later start for high school students, goals 3 and 4, and guardrail 4. And longer breaks to address student and teacher fatigue, goals 1 through 4, and guardrails 1 and 2. So I put a 2-column of what we are doing now versus next year's proposal. Currently, we have multiple calendars and multiple start and end dates, which makes it very confusing. Our goal now is to shift to 1 calendar with 1 start date of August 3rd and 2 end dates, the traditional being May 31st, and for our top schools, June 10th. We currently have different professional development dates for traditional and top schools staff. Next year, we will have the same professional development dates. This year, we have multiple grade reporting cycles. Some schools are on 3, some are on 4, and some are on 6, which makes that very confusing for families as well. So we will be shifting to 1 district-wide grade reporting cycle, which is 4. Top schools currently with 10 additional days of instruction. Next year, top schools will have 6 additional days of instruction, and it will be the last year of the TOPS model. ELTP and 8-hour pilot schools are currently in place. Next school year, we will no longer have ELTP, as that is now going to roll into the 1140, and it will be the last year for the 8-hour pilot. Currently, we have 178 instructional days. We will be shifting to 182 for additional days, and staff will be compensated for those additional days. I know there was confusion and concern there. 184 teacher contract days will now be 188 teacher contract days. We are maintaining a 7-hour teacher contract day. The minimum hours for elementary is 990. Next year will be 1140. And currently for secondary is 1080, and we will move to 1140. This year, we have early release Wednesdays at some of our elementary schools. And in this proposal, early release Wednesdays throughout the year for teacher professional learning and collaboration at all elementary, K-8, and middle schools. This year, no professional learning and collaboration time for elementary and middle school teachers. And next year, we're proposing the 2 aligned hours on most Wednesdays for elementary and middle school professional learning and collaboration for teachers. Right now, high school professional learning and collaboration time is built into the school day for high schools at an additional prep period. and that will continue next year. We have a 1-day Labor Day break this year. Next year, we'll have a 2. This year, we have a 2-day fall break. Next year, we'll have 1. This year, we have a 3-day Thanksgiving break. Next year, we'll have 1 week. This year, we have a 2-week winter break. Next year, 2.5 weeks. This year, 1 week spring break. Next year, 2 weeks spring break. And then this year's graduation week is May 15th through the 20th, and next year will be May 20th through the 25th. So why early release Wednesdays for elementary and middle schools? Currently, our elementaries and middles, our teachers don't have dedicated professional learning and collaboration time. And if they want to collaborate with each other, they have to use their personal preps to do so. This will provide our middle schools with more flexibility and less conflicts in the building of their master schedules. This will allow for the development of stronger partnerships with the city of Albuquerque and our other out-of-school learning providers, such as Campfire, Boys and Girls Club, Children's Choice, Rio Grande Community Collaborative, YMCA, Center for Learning, and I know that there are more that we did not capture. We will work to create Genius Hour type activities, as well as tutoring for students at their school sites. Proposed draft bell schedules for next school year. We have been looking at this, and we just recently received what could possibly happen. And so this is the current proposal, and it may change based on some variables. But TOPS elementary schools and middle schools would go from 7:30 to 2:30. First elementary group from 8:05 to 3:05. High schools from 8:40 to 3:40. And the second elementary group from 9:15 to 4:15. We've looked at some states such as California and Florida have already made it law that high schools cannot begin school before 8:30 a.m. So when we look at the survey that was out for 2 weeks, it was a qualitative survey. We did want to hear from individuals and their thoughts around this calendar. We received feedback from over 4,700 individuals. The majority of the feedback was from those who identified as a parent or guardian, so 63%. APS staff followed at 19%, and community members at 3%. The remainder identified as a combination of the above, which was 15%. So with that, in looking at the support or do not support, so when we look at the addition of 4 more days to the calendar, it was pretty evenly split at 49 to 51, a 49 to 51 split of support and do not support. When we look at the longer breaks throughout the school year, 64-36 split of support and do not support. Early release Wednesdays for elementary and middle school students, a 46-54 split of support and do not support. And the later start time for high school students, a 71-29 split of support and do not support. And I do want to make this clear that this was not a quantitative survey. So looking at specific percentages, we coded and pulled out, felt very strongly about or against to create this. So based on survey feedback, we're here to discuss the calendar with you, but also because there has been great concern for the early release Wednesdays, I want to ask that we may consider a calendar that instead of early release Wednesdays has 7 built-in professional learning days for elementary, K-8, and middle school teachers instead of the early release Wednesdays. It would be less disruption to families, which we've heard loud and clear as regarding after school care, as well as instructional time for students and staff. And we have looked at what those proposed days could be to be as least disruptive, as well as meeting the needs and recommendations, questions from community members as well. And so that would be 1 day in September, 1 day in October, one day in November. We will not have one in December or January because they're shorter months. And then one in February, March, April, and then May. So thank you very much. And we are open for comments and questions at this time.
Okay, so for board members, I know they left the 2 calendar proposals on for us. So we had the one that we received in our packet, which had the Wednesdays, and then on the dais, they gave us the second one, which was the last part of the proposal where Dr. Seguda was talking about those proposed professional development days and eliminating the Wednesday early release. And so I'll just go down the row and I'll start with board member Muller-Aragon. Questions?
Yep. You know what? I have so many questions because my questions were not answered. And so why don't you just go ahead? Because hopefully they'll be answered. But my questions that I had sent in, none of my questions were answered. So I'm going to have a whole bunch of them. Hopefully I'll let you guys go and then I'll go after.
Board member Peterson.
I do think just general feedback from what I have heard, the feedback I've gotten, a lot of the concern dealt with the shortened Wednesdays. And I know as a teacher, Wednesday afternoons were helpful. I mean, we never as general ed teachers managed to get sub coverage for IEPs. And so our IEPs and staff work ended up, it wasn't professional learning time. It was taking care of business that we had to take care of. And I don't know when we would have done it without Wednesday afternoons, because I was sat chair. I never had prep on my Wednesday because every second was taken with SAT work. And so I know that the Wednesdays provide time in a way that's not organized in any other way for elementary school teachers. High school justifiably has their prep time and collaboration time built in on a daily basis. And that is not, and never has been the case for elementary. Yet, elementary school teachers have a gazillion preps. And so anyway, I understand where the Wednesday proposal came from, because it's a real need. And I think people who aren't in schools underestimate the amount of planning time and collaboration time and parent contact time that elementary school teachers need. But listening to the responses, especially teachers who are trying to meet the needs of IEPs, teachers who are split between schools, teachers who offer specials. It seems like we have so many other moving parts right now that it's really altered the way that Wednesdays look for staff and community. And so as I look at the proposal that doesn't include that, but looks at the 7 days embedded, is probably a more friendly schedule for both community, families, and staff, teachers trying to meet those needs. I appreciate the fact that you looked at it, because I think that it was looking at a serious need that elementary school teachers and middle school teachers have that they don't get. So that's my general feedback about one calendar versus the other. I think we've heard loud and clear that Wednesdays are problematic. One concern I do have, though, is what is still within the day for elementary and middle school in terms of coverage. And, again, teachers step up and go above and beyond, but at some point there's burnout. At some point, the one group of people who day in, day out try to meet the needs of students say, we'll put students first. And I think staff goes, what do you think we've been doing for the X number of years that we've been teaching? At some point, we've got to have some recognition of the kind of time we need embedded in a day to be ready for the teaching that we do. And that is a very real, practical need. So how within the day, what's structured in, if we go to the calendar without Wednesdays, what does that look like for teachers just having that transition period, that time to get your math manipulatives out so you can teach math, and meanwhile get the book boxes put away and the language arts stuff organized?
So Board Member Peterson, thank you very much. Yes, with the other calendar, it would remain as is, and they would have that time during their specials time to prep.
Okay, so then the 7 days would be in addition to what's already built in by schools. I think that's a huge thing. All I can say, I mean, this is a question. What would be the barrier for this year only, pushing back, because we've heard from community people, families that have plans, and especially for those transition years, knowing how important that transition from 5th to 6th is, from 8th to 9th is, starting for this year only, pushing back the start date for everyone except the top schools. So then instead of everyone starting on the same day, everyone would finish on the same day. What would that do to the calendar?
So Board Member Peterson, that would constitute the development of a new calendar. And we, like I said, we have considered multiple iterations of this as well as variables, knowing that we're not going to meet the needs of everybody. And that's really tough for us because we really want to. But yeah, it would take, anytime you move, it's like kind of like a master calendar, master schedule. If you move one thing, it has an impact on everything else. And so we would have to relook at that.
I know it would impact the 50-50 semester split for high school in particular. And I know that's a huge concern that we hear every year, of the need to contain those semesters. I understand that. We are in a bind. I mean, no matter what we do, it is not going to fit for some families. And I definitely understand that. The legislature made a decision, and we need to make sure it works for us the best way possible. I appreciate the work because I understand all of these moving parts. The one other thing, I think this is alleviated somewhat with taking away the Wednesdays, but we still know that we have a huge need for extended days, and that it is prohibitive cost-wise for many families to find healthy, good things for their kids. So my one general comment, and this isn't to you so much as our whole school community, that we've got to keep working on finding more strong, good options for out of school time for kids. And that's something that I appreciate, the work that started with the city and the different providers. Some of them are free, some because they've gotten grants, not because there's magical funding somewhere, but because they found other money sources. And then the ones that are way expensive for a lot of families. So that's sort of a charge for everyone. That's for the city, for us, for the county, for private providers, how we keep going with that to have better options for kids. But we are in a bind. We can't make everyone happy.
Mhm.
And I don't like not being able to make everyone happy.
We don't either.
But I do think the second option without Wednesdays is the best, the strongest.
We can always come back to you too, Board Member Peterson. I'm going to jump around. I'll go on to the side. Board Member Tapia Romero.
Thank you. So I do have some questions. So in relation to, because when you put the different schedules up and you specifically said the 7-hour teacher contract day would still be in place, how are we going to handle, since it's essentially, I've heard the term now, bell to bell, and allowing teachers to be there early or have to stay late? Like, we're pretty much asking them to arrive at the same time students are arriving and leave at the same time. So how does that work with when the bus arrives, parent pickup, duty time? It just doesn't seem to be effective, efficient, and even proper use of making sure overall we're putting our students first. So how are we addressing that?
So Board Member Tapia Romero, thank you. Right now, we are looking, what's currently in place is we have system where teachers and staff will volunteer to get paid differential to cover before school, after school, as well as lunch duty. And that's currently what we have.
So essentially, they would have to, I'm just trying to make sense of it. Like, I even think of with my own staff, like I couldn't imagine them showing up when the parents and students are showing up at the exact same time, like not having their time to be ready, be present, have materials prepared. We're literally asking them to show up when your students are arriving. So are you saying there's absolutely no wiggle room to be able to have them to spend an extra 10, 15 minutes before or after?
As it is right now, we teachers are there for 7 hours a day, and we rely on teachers and staff to volunteer to get that differential to cover those morning drop off and afternoon departures.
Wow.
So to adequately fund 15, I'm sorry, board member.
Go ahead, go ahead.
And members of the board. To adequately fund just 15 minutes would be roughly 12.5 million. We were looking at trying to add an hour of time to the staff so that they had time for adult work. And it was around 50 million is what I recall. My budget people just keep staring at me, but okay, thumbs are up. So just doing a brief mathematical formula there. I come up, it's about $12.5 million. So we are in negotiations, and we are looking at ways that we can provide some funding to help with things like drop off, pickup, and lunch duty.
Right. I just look at the challenges, like worst case scenario, you don't get anyone to volunteer, or you don't have a sufficient amount of staff to volunteer to handle. We'll say West Mesa said today they have over 1,600 students and you get 5 people to volunteer. What does that look like for our school in terms of safety? You know, and that's just a huge concern that we don't have the ability to have our teachers ready, prepared, and even just to be able to be present for the day's, lessons. So red flag on my end, just FYI. I'm in favor of not having early dismissal on Wednesdays. I think that does pose some concern, specifically even for our middle school students getting out early. However, I will put a plug in for community-based providers, because I know Board Member Peterson said, added a little bit to it. This is why we need to keep early childhood providers active, present, and thriving, because they bridge that gap. You know, they're there to provide before and after school care for all of these additional breaks that we're plugging in. This is why we have to keep them and sustain their services and make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, because APS cannot meet the needs in all of these areas. So we do have it, and it is free for families. I'm going to say this too, because many times people say, well, you can't afford it. Well, fortunately enough, the funding was provided there where it is completely free to all families, and a family of 4 can make $110,000 a year and still qualify for free services. So there's the plug. I'm just going to say there are some options. There's some great programs out there that want to make sure that they're providing before and after care, specifically from kinder through 5th grade. So Next question. How are we going to deal with proper HVAC obviously in our schools with starting earlier? We've heard everybody talk about how it's already hot now with our current time. Starting earlier, we're going to have issues. We just received an email today, I believe, yesterday, where we had the capital plan of all of the updates that are going to be made to schools, and several are not being addressed for HVAC. And I'm hearing from several teachers within our schools, like, what are we going to do to fix that with having such an early start time? So what are our plans? Miss Gabriella.
Board President Montoya Cordova, Board Member Tapia Romero. There isn't much we can do to control the temperature in the summers. So I don't want to give like false advertising that everything will be fine. Most of what we've replaced so far are with evaporative cooling. So we put new units, and you can see on the dashboard, I think you all have the link to it, which schools have already been completed. But the problem is that they are evaporative coolers. So the more that they are functional and they're working, but the more moisture we have and the higher the temperature, then they can only cool a room about 15 degrees. So a lot of times, a lot of calls we get over the summer for air conditioning that isn't working. It is working, but the outside conditions aren't providing the ideal conditions. So the further we get past like monsoon season and the heat of the summer, then the more functional. So a lot of times people are like, oh, now it's working. We fixed it, but we didn't. Nature kind of fixed it over the course of time. So I can't guarantee that, classrooms won't be hot the beginning of August. We'll continue to service the HVAC systems that aren't working. But 70% of our systems are evaporative coolers. They're being replaced with much more efficient evaporative coolers, but they are still evaporative coolers that, I have one in my own home. So I know that there's certain times where.
And I'm aware, I know obviously humidity affects it. And if it's raining, it's pretty much useless. But at what point, and maybe I'm just a little lost here, because I was under the impression through ESSER funding that we had money to replace HVAC. And I would when you're saying 70%, to me, even saying the unit is functioning, ultimately when you're in class and it's hot, it's not, regardless of how we put it, it's still not making a great environment and a teachable atmosphere for students to be able to learn effectively. So at what point are we going to say we're not going to use these units and we're actually going to transition to units where our students can learn?
So we have spent about $20 million that we're spending on upgrading the equipment, which is going to make a huge difference to a lot of our really old systems that just were not working very well. Even with, that we're putting in very upgraded HVAC units or air handling units that are going to, they'll definitely notice a difference in them. If we were to convert completely to refrigerated air, we did a school a couple of years ago. So prior to the rates even going up, and it was $12.5 million for one school. So we would only be able to convert 2 schools, where right now we're upgrading about 40% of our schools with new equipment. So the other issue that happened was one of the schools that we were going to look at converting, it was a 52-week wait for parts.
Wow.
So the money would, so because of that, we do still, and the upgrades, they will definitely notice a change of it. But when it's hot in the desert in the end of July and the beginning of August, we definitely see that that's when we get the most calls, obviously, for HVAC. And some of the calls are, there's something wrong. And then some of the calls are just because of the weather outside.
Yeah. So hearing what you just said, and obviously there's things outside of our control, even not within our budget, which I get. And I don't know if this is necessarily a rhetorical question, but to me, it sounds like having an earlier start time is just going to make it harder, you know, because there's a lot of things outside of our control versus keeping it mid or later August and taking some of the other time that we've given extra throughout the year so we don't have this issue in midsummer. Just my thought. Because I'm like, I hear that we can't fix some of this stuff. So I'm like, then how do we make adjustments again so everyone can learn the way they're supposed to?
So,
I think what
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think what happens with the balance of the calendar is kind of what Dr. Segura was saying is like you move one piece and then something else falls. In this particular case, we could move school to start later and then it would end later. And what it does is it upsets the balance of the semesters. So then the like high school finals for the semester because of the number of days will happen after winter break.
And I don't think I'm
That's
saying,
kind of
sorry, let me clarify. I don't think I'm saying start later, but I knew we gave out a whole lot more breaks than what we typically did. Like we mentioned, 2-week spring break, extra time around Labor Day, extra time around winter break. Shift. And I know we're probably too late at the game now. We have to turn this in next week. But I'm like, golly, like this is, I think obviously we know there's going to be holes no matter how we look at it. But to recap, and I'll pass it over, I'm in favor of no early dismissal Wednesdays. And the bell to bell, not having teachers ready before and after is a huge, huge concern of mine. So that's it for now.
Superintendent Elder, I think did you want to weigh in on something?
Actually, I was just going to make the point that Dr. Blakey made about the balancing of the semesters. There's a lot, we can solve one problem, but there's multiple variables that went in to try to decide this. So you've got 4 grading periods now. You want 4 equitable or 4 equal grading periods. You want to have a semester that completes before the winter holidays. That kind of pushes your day up. And I hear, yeah, you can take days, but you can't take days from semester 2 to balance semester 1. It doesn't work. So it all would have to come out of one semester or the other. We could get a few days. I think the difference right now is 4 days. And I'll remind you, it's still pretty hot in September. We get a lot of, the climate has changed and we as a district are dealing with that. So keep that in mind as well.
Just as a little note, I was looking because I'm curious. June, the average high temperature in June is 93 degrees. The average high temperature in August is 90. So I think we're stuck either way.
All right. Board Member Dominguez.
You know, I can appreciate some of the concerns, the red flag, as Board Member Tapia Romero put it, about staff and students arriving at the same time. But I can't help but think of a time when my son-in-law was working for, and I'm going to name it, FedEx. And this was years ago. And the great thing about that job was that he realized he needed to get back to school. He had to go in at 4:30 and volunteer an hour of time to set up his truck just so that he could start his route on time and do his deliveries with precision. And then at the end, he had to clock out and then do his reports. And I remember telling him, Steve, you should be a teacher. So we have to pay people for their time. And, you know, the issue is that we're not getting enough money, funding to do that. We also are not getting enough funding to convert. And I wanted to tell Dr. Blakey, don't leave, I have a question for you. Maybe you can shout it out. And that is to convert from to HVAC entirely, air conditioning. A school like Armijo, or I don't know if College Park has converted. I suspect not, because they still have some really old boiler heaters. So what does it cost to do that kind of conversion?
So it depends on what kind of system the school has at the time. So if we're converting completely, it also involves a new roof as
Mhm.
part of the project.
Correct.
So that's why the price goes up so much. So for an elementary school, it probably would be around like $7-8 million. All new construction has some sort of upgraded, like refrigerated air.
But then you also have electrical that you have to upgrade.
And it's not that they're bad, I mean, the evaporative cooling system and the boilers are very efficient. And in a lot of cases, especially for some of you, I'm just looking at Board Member Mueller Aragon, because she's familiar with new construction isn't always ideal in what they have too. So in some ways, they're a lot easier to maintain and they work really efficiently. It's just when it really is when it's the moisture is high during monsoon season is when it's really difficult.
Right, right.
With
And
the
that-
new units, they'll see a significant change in the like
quality.
functionality and the quality of those, but it's not necessarily the heat, it's the humidity. It sounds like that was like I've heard that before. But really it's the combination of the humidity during monsoon season. So there's just this like, few weeks of time that it's really
yeah.
difficult to get them functional.
And so, and what is it costing for elementary schools to upgrade their,
That's what it would be probably about $7 million for
Okay.
elementary school
so that's an upgrade of a
convert
swamp
it.
cooler.
to convert a
Or to-
evaporative cooler to refrigerated.
Okay, so what is it? Is that what you're talking about when when you mention upgrades?
Yeah, so there's different kinds of upgrades. So upgrades we're currently doing on a lot of our schools with the ESSER money
Mhm.
is upgrading to newer, more efficient equipment. Complete conversion of evaporative cooling to refrigerated cooling. At this time, we do in new construction.
Okay, but not old buildings because of the cost?
Because of three reasons. One is the cost, because we would only be able to do, one school, two schools maybe. Two is because the parts, the lead time is, that, like I said, is 52 weeks to get the units in. And third is because as we do phase out schools and rebuild, we're putting new systems in. Whereas now with the evaporative cooling, the schools don't have to wait for it. So if you were going to say, oh, well, in 5 years, the school's going to be rebuilt, you're not going to put $20 million worth of new HVAC in the school when you're going to rebuild it. Whereas we can put new evaporative coolers because as we replace that building, we can take those off and put them at another school. So it allows us to be much more flexible and I think responsible with the money because we can put it on a new school. We can move something that's getting rebuilt and utilize the new units that have put on.
Thank you for all that detail. And it may seem like I'm belaboring something, but I want to lift for consideration all the details that you all work through I get frustrated because I get the phone calls from schools, right? And I understand because I worked in those buildings. And it's hard. It's hard. It impacts learning. But I also understand that you're making the best use of limited resources. And so I kind of got off on capital outlay details as they relate to this calendar. But I hope people who are plugged in are understanding that 93 degrees over 90 may not seem like a big deal, but I'll take the 90, because at that point it matters when you're in a room with, in my case, with lots of teenagers who were very unhappy. I also am leaning toward the calendar that does not include an early dismissal, because the community has spoken loudly and clearly. I guess the unfortunate consequence, and here we are, right? We need time for teachers embedded. And I hear that 1 hour of to do that, to give teachers 1 hour more. And frankly, Wednesday would have given them what, 2 hours? So that 50 million becomes 100 million if we pay for it outside of the workday, the classroom time. And we need to invest. If we want teachers to be well prepared, the state needs to invest, because in the end, it does impact student learning. And I won't belabor it.
We can always come back. So let's go to Board Member Jackson.
Okay. So I think the first thing that I want to say, and are you Patricia? Okay. Hi, Patricia. So nice to meet you in person finally.
Sorry, I should have introduced the wonderful, amazing Patty Sellis.
Yeah, sorry.
Who did
Patty, I
all
should
the-
call you Patty. I'm sorry. But it's nice to meet you in person.
I picture her office with like these big calendars and just
Yeah.
putting dates all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. First, I just want to, we have to take a moment. You guys have worked your tails off, and we know that, we appreciate it. And I really hope that the community that is sitting in here, and I know there's tons of people that are listening at home, please know that the administration, Dr. Segura and your team, you guys worked so hard to basically try to fit a square peg into a round hole. Is what you were doing. And while you were doing that, you were trying to take into account everything that all of the different factions within Albuquerque were trying to tell you they wanted. So I just want to tell you that I appreciate what you guys have done. It was hard, and I know that. And I know you know that because I asked you about 4,728 different questions. So thank you for continuing to take my calls. So the other thing that I just kind of want to highlight is, first of all, and this comes from my sweet husband, but I was talking about this day and that day, and can we lengthen it, and can we do this, and can we do that? And he said, why are you arguing over days? He said, and hours. He said, we have a district where 80% of our kids cannot do math and 70% of our kids cannot read. And I think we just need to remember that, right? We are at the bottom. Our kids need to be in school more. And we're arguing over days and hours, or we're concerned over days and hours. And we need to give our kids as much quality instruction time. And I'm looking at you guys, but I'll look at everybody. As much quality instruction time as absolutely possible. And I, again, want to recognize you guys were trying to do that, working within the legislation, working within the negotiated agreement, working within the budget, working within, you know, what I'm asking and what Yolanda's asking. And I don't know if you were asking, but you're just right here. Yeah. So I appreciate that. So I have some questions. First of all, I agree. I do not like the early release days. I don't think that it works for our kids. I don't think that it puts students and family needs first. And like I said, I'm a visual person, so I visualize this little kindergartner who's getting out at noon and then has to sit in aftercare until 6 when their parents can pick them up when they could have had more instruction during the day. So I think it creates an irregular schedule that doesn't work for our families. And then I have to give a shout out to Kathleen Hager and her very Karl Rove type presentation, where, you know, he likes to write on the whiteboard. It doesn't make sense. Again, I cannot figure out how adding 4 days, but taking away how we're actually creating more instruction time. So with that being said, of the two, prefer this one, the second one, where it takes away the early release and embeds the professional days into the calendar. Okay, so I said I would get to my questions. So what specifically for elementary school, because this has come up, what would the hours be during the day? What are the instruction hours during the day for elementary school?
So Board Member Jackson, thank you for your questions and thank you for recognizing the heavy lift. My shoulders are sore.
Yeah.
Patty's as well. But, you know, right now, currently, it's very interesting that schools, there's a variation from 5.3 hours to 6 or 5.8-ish to 6.3. With this, everybody's going to 6.5. So it's going to be an increase. And like we said before, the elementary is going to feel it much more than the secondary. And so that's where the time, it's been varied, is going to become unified.
Okay, so again, I need to conceptualize this. So I'm thinking my kids went to school from first bell 7:53, they got out at 2. We'll just bump it to make it easy, from 8 to 2. Does that mean like instruction starts right at 8 and instruction ends right at 2 and they get that full, that's not full, that's 7 hours, that's 6 hours. Can you conceptualize that for me?
Yes, so it would be from 8 to 2:30 now.
Okay.
And within an elementary day, there are different things happening. They have recess. According to a statute, I believe 2 recesses are mandatory at every elementary school, and they also count for instructional time. So there's things that, you know, we know that the whole community doesn't know that we're having to consider as well. So that's part of it. Then they have their specials time. So yes, it'll go from that schedule that your child had releasing at 2, they will now be releasing at 2:30.
Okay, so so it is extending the day a little bit to incorporate in an extension of the hours.
Yes.
Okay, so so that brings me to my next question. On here, you did write 182 days times 6.5 hours of instruction is 1183. I think that was just for high school. So what would the instructional hours in this new scenario be for middle school and elementary school?
So with middle, elementary, and K-8 schools, it would be 175 days times 6.5, which is 1137.5.
Okay, and sorry, that was middle, elementary and K through 8?
K8.
Okay. Oh, okay,
and
K8.
K8
Got it. Okay.
situations.
Okay, so 1137.5 for K through 8 and 1183 for high school.
Yes.
Okay. Bouncing back to the question about the elementary school and the bell to bell conversation that we've been having. Is there a way that we can pay for that extra time? Or like, is there a way to fix that?
So
Kinda.
Jackson, I think I sort of answered that question already in
Mhm.
that it's something that we're working on, but it is a budgetary issue.
Okay.
And the initial thought was, oh, we'll have enough money from these extra days because there's a little bump you get from it that we thought could help pay for that. And we really had hoped that we could give everybody an extra hour. That was not even close. So we're now looking at what can we do? And that will ultimately have to be negotiated, but we are looking at that. It's certainly on our radar and a concern, and we understand it. And so once we have that figured out, we'll work on it in negotiations.
Okay. You said you work on it in negotiations. Is that what you said?
Well, it's something we have to work out budgetarily first, and then once we know what we can do, then we'll take it forward and try to get it done.
Okay, which, thank you again, great leading question. What is the funding that we get past the 180 days?
So each day above 180 days, you take your district enrollment, you multiply it by 0.012, and you multiply that times the additional number of days above the 180.
Times enrollment. Do you have a rough figure?
No.
No. Okay. Is our budget team, did we lose our budget team? Does anybody have
Julianne is right behind me. Julianne, did you want to come up and?
Kind of a más o menos, just.
Yeah, I don't need exacts. I'm just curious.
About $4.5 million, $4.5 million a day.
Okay, approximately 4.5 million per day. Okay, and I'm sorry, can you remind me what we think, what Superintendent Elder was saying was going to cost? It was like 14 million?
Yes. So when we look at adding an additional 15 minutes, it would be roughly 9 million.
Per day? Or total? Okay. So we're getting about approximately 4.5 million. So about 9 million by adding 2 days.
These are, but you need to remember that these are projections. Okay, we haven't seen anything yet. They haven't shown us the unit value yet.
The budget has.
We can't, so we're waiting to be told how much money there is. So our budget office, we know roughly what it's going to be. We know what last year's was. It's not going to be worse. So we have a good idea, but we don't have a precise idea. And other costs have gone up. You mentioned electric, gas, we have higher operating costs. So some of that money gets eaten up. Trying to keep schools cool.
Yeah. So if I can editorialize for a second, how frustrating is it that the budget, the calendar is due on a certain day from PED, but they haven't even bothered to tell us what the funding is going to look like because we haven't received the unit value?
They haven't told us the exact amount. We know from the releases how to figure it and what it could look like. So they're capable of producing very close projections, but we don't have the actual number itself.
You are very kind, Superintendent Elder.
I have to talk to them too.
Okay, back to my questions because I have a list. Okay, this May 24th PD. can you just, seems a little late in the year. Just did you just bump it because it would, was it asked for? Is it useful? I'm just curious about that particular day.
So we looked at giving some time between each of the professional learning days. And with the 24th, a lot of it sounds strange, but I mean, we're already planning for next school year. Teachers as well are looking at what does next school year look like. As a district, we are able then to also provide professional development on certain programming adoptions to get teachers ready for next school year. So it does seem strange, but it does get used well.
Okay. Okay. Going to, and I'm just kind of trying to go through some of the questions that were sent to me. And this is kind of in relation to this May 24th. So as I'm looking at it as a parent, I'm thinking, okay, so my high school kiddo has to go to school on the 24th. My middle school kiddo doesn't. It's right before Memorial Day. I'm going to leave. I might not come back. Right. So I'm wondering if there are ways. So now we jump to January 24th or January. We have two PD's days there on the 8th and the 9th. Excuse me. Is there a way to bump those 8th and 9th days to the 4th and the 5th? Which would give 2 days in January, which we could possibly take away in May. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with my voice here, but we could take away from May, would add, so it would bump the end day to May 29th, and then move that PD to the 28th, and then the last day of school is the 24th.
I think the challenge with high schools is that our high schoolers are going to have finals that week. And so we have to allow at least 4 days for each of the classes to have an extended amount of time for each of their finals for a 7-period day. And then some time also for makeup for finals, which is that last on that day, that 31st.
Okay. Okay. And then I have more questions, but I'll stop here and reserve my time.
That would be cool.
Okay. This is just, yeah. With the conferences, can you just kind of explain the October 19th, 20th, the reasoning for a split, and also the 25th and the 26th, the reasoning for the split with the middle school and the high school?
So for parent-teacher conference time, the state in statute allows for a greater number of hours to be utilized by elementary school teachers because they sit with each family for roughly half an hour. They get them scheduled, sit with them to get through their entire class. Takes more than just 1 day. So they have the 2 days in both the fall and the spring. Secondary schools do not require, or I guess the maximum is less than the elementary. And so each of those would be just the one single day. So I'm not answering your question, am I?
Well, I think it was just confusing with so elementary school is 2 days, but middle school is 1 day and high school is 1 day.
Oh, okay. So we were able to capture some of the students being in school. So we're trying to also maximize the instructional time for kids in allowing for that time. So we could also count it for instructional time for the calendar to not have to add additional days.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you were doing your best to keep this as close to a traditional calendar as possible while still increasing instructional hours without having to add as many days.
And it was loud and clear from a lot of individuals. They did not want to start school in July and they did not want to end in June. So we did our best to start in August and end in May.
Okay.
Our best.
I reserve my time.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Mueller-Aragon.
Okay, you're probably going to have to clarify some things for me again. But first of all, I want to say we have listened to our constituents because that's who we represent. That's who we have to listen to. And over the last several years, overwhelmingly, they have rejected any extra time, adding, whether it's adding extra days, adding extra hours, they've overwhelmingly said. What have they said? Superintendent Elder, what have they said?
In 29 schools, they agreed to extend, and the rest,
And the majority, what did they say?
they said they didn't want to extend the calendar.
Correct. So that is what they have overwhelmingly said over and over and over again. That's who I have to listen to. But yeah, what the state did is they said you basically have no choice. So it really, I want everybody to know that it isn't us not listening to you. It is who's in Santa Fe that wasn't listening to you. So we have no choice but to go to the 1140.
That's correct. They changed the law.
We have no choice. Okay, so that doesn't make a lot of people happy. And I went through, these thousands of responses. I think it was at like 8,000 though or something. I swear I didn't get to all of them. I'm so sorry I didn't, but I got to like 5,500. And so I basically saw the same thing, that the majority were just saying, no, we don't want this extra time. They didn't, but yet we're having in a way to get to the 1140. So then my question is, Dr. Seguda, you said that 1137 instructional hours will be for the elementary school and then for the K-8s. Now, on top of that, because we can use the 60 hours, I think, right, as counted as instructional hours.
So for middle school is 30.
Right.
For elementary is 60. So we have looked at 30, right?
For middle school.
For that group.
Okay, and then 60. So then we would add the instructional hours that you just said, 1137. That is exactly how much time then that the children are going to be spending in the classroom. This isn't the PD, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then my question is, if we only had to go to 1140, inclusive of the PD, why are we doing that when our community said that that's not what they wanted?
I don't know if I understand your question. I'm sorry.
So we have to do 1140, but inclusive in that, I'll talk just about elementary school, is 60 of those hours are still considered instructional, even though they're professional development for the teachers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but we are doing in the classroom 1137 for elementary school. Plus we add 60 hours because that PD is considered instructional hours. Is that what you're telling me?
Sorry, we're making some calculations here.
Okay.
So with those 6 professional learning days comes out to 45.5.
So we would add the 45.5 to the 1137, and that would be whatever considered instructional hours, I guess.
Okay, and the 175 days, which is subtracting the 6 professional learning days, is inclusive of the 4 parent-teacher conference days.
Okay, just give me the numbers.
So it would be 1,111.5 for the elementary.
And that's how many hours they would be in their classroom,
And
Okay.
the state's minimum is the 1080. So we're above that by a little bit.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get all those numbers, in my head. So 1,111.5, the elementary will be inside their classroom. And then we have the 60 hours of professional development. So then when we add that together, that's where you come up with 1,171.5.
So we can use up to, and in this second calendar, we're not using the entire 60 hours. We're utilizing the 45.5.
Okay. I'm just so, it's just too many numbers
Lot.
for me to try to figure out where we're at.
We're going to be very
I-
close to 1140. I mean, we've increased instructional hours for students, and the rationale for that is that that's what legislative intent was. The law says you have to do this. The legislative intent was to increase more hours. So we tried to balance as many variables as we could, but there's always going to be some give and take on either side when you're doing that.
So we're going to be as close to the 1140 hours and not so much above what they're asking us. That's taking as much into consideration of what our constituents asked of us.
Correct.
Okay, I just want everybody to hear that we are not. So then Mike, I know you said that we get 4.5 for every day added above 180. So that would be about $9 million. So did we need those days in order in this calendar in order to get as close to the 1,140 hours? Like, did we need those extra days above 180? Or is this just about money and not about what's best for kids?
So we were looking at the time that we have and hearing loud and clear also about the duty time. Considering that our enrollment is also going down, which means less funding, we are trying to figure out how we can maximize as much as possible. And so when we look at before and after school, that was a consideration that we thought about. We don't have the exact number, but I guess the approximation of the 4.5 per day can help pay for that before and after school time for our students and staff.
Okay, so that will be for the teachers. That would almost cover the amount for the volunteers that will be doing it, not because we don't have was it 50 million? I don't remember the number anymore. If we had every teacher, you'd have to pay every teacher for that extra 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after, which is what it, right?
Right,
Would
so
amount
I
to. So-
believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Julianne, it's it would be an average of 9 million to cover 15 minutes per staff member per teacher, an additional on top of their 7-hour day.
So it would cover the 9 million would cover every teacher. So then that would help allay some of the concerns that remember Tapia Romero was talking about then. We wouldn't have to worry about volunteers. Okay, so then those
But again,
extra.
I just want to make it very clear again, that's still pending any type of negotiation.
Okay, and so then as I thought, it was really about money and about the adults and not really about the kids. So, that's sad. So these extra 2 days, and I'm sure that you can't, when we're looking about trying to improve student outcomes, right? Academic outcomes for our kids, having more time and all the preschool, kindergarten up to, they're all going to be in school for 6.5 hours a day. So it'll be the same for our elementary poor little angels that are 4 and 5 years old are going to have to be in school for 6.5 hours. The same as our high school kids. Correct?
So yes, K through 12.
Sad. Okay. That is just that I mean, I will go back to where we're thinking that adding more time, and I will take you back to, 2000 when we were implementing all day kindergarten, right? And they wanted to, and the school I was at was the last phase of that, adding hours. So it obviously doubled the day for the kindergartners, with the intention that the kids, they would say they're not ready to read when they're in first grade. They're not ready academically. They're just not prepared. So we're going to add time, not do anything any differently for our kindergartners, just add more time.
Well, I'm hoping that things, our goal is that we have new board goals. We have, a strong understanding of what instruction needs to look like, SEL, all of that in the classroom. And so it's, in my mind, it's not the time, it's what we're doing in that time. And I know that our teachers, they're working really hard. And so our job, I feel, is to, help support them by giving them the best resources, access to the resources, training them on how to use those resources so that all of our kids have access to those high quality materials and activities and some fun, hopefully. Great.
So, I mean, we're saying that these 4 days are going to be done differently. They're going to be done, the whole entire 182 days is going to be done differently. So that you're saying is different than how kindergarten, just doubling the day didn't make any difference, because we know that it didn't. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. We've had a whole generation of kids go through all day kindergarten and didn't see that it made any difference in our reading, math scores, etc. So we're hopeful that it'll be something novel that hopefully teachers were going to be doing. But as I read through all of the comments, and I'm sure you did as well, that many parents were saying more of the same is not going to make any difference. It's not going to make any difference if you do things the same the same way for every child. The thing also is, when you're talking about, I'm for targeting toward those children that need the extra help, doing something novel and different that would take a lot of thought. And I know you all, to do this calendar, it took a lot of your time. I understand that. But to really do something to target those children, we know who those children already are. But yet we're giving this time to everybody, every single child who doesn't need it, hoping that that gap that we've seen is going to all of a sudden disappear, without thinking that those children, probably like my kids, your children, many people in here that have children that have these extra things that they get to do beyond school. My child needed extra tutoring an hour a week. They got that extra tutoring, where many of these children are not going to have those resources. They got to go to extracurricular activities. That's another hour. They got to, go to museums and go on vacations, all these extra hours that are added on that help our kids, that many of our children don't have the opportunity. To say that you're giving this to everybody and saying it's going to make a difference, when all those other children that are proficient or above are still going to have all that extra stuff. I just don't see how you see it. And I just don't see the evidence that 4 more days is going to make that big of a change. Honestly, I'm hopeful, Dr. Segura, that things are going to look different. I think from what I've seen, it's going to be much like how kindergarten was. We do something novel, give vouchers, let parents interview teachers so they match better with, we just don't get along with everybody. Provide scores for teachers so that they can see it just like we see them for lawyers and doctors and realtors, et cetera, and for administrators as well. So do something novel, I would say. Obviously, I am not for adding more time, more hours for our elementary kids. I'm just not. Just having been a teacher, I think it's cruel. I think kids have a very little very little time they spend as children, and elementary school is just that absolutely fun time. And just to have them in school for basically for 7 hours, as almost as long as an 8-hour day that we as adults have, and we expect that from 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds. I'm not for that at all. I am not, I'm not for having the, I like the early release Wednesdays. I just don't think that that is going to work for our community at all. It's going to make it very difficult, I think. So I'm not for that. But then I'm also not for having our elementary kids in school and having them start school on August. I think there's a way to do this where they at least do not have to start school on the 3rd. And not have to come back. I just don't see the kids coming back after Memorial Day. And if there's a way to move those, and I understand needing the PD like during the school year, et cetera, I just don't know why we just can't have it like we front load some of it at the beginning of the 3 days at the beginning of the school year. Most teachers that I've talked to have said they wanted a whole entire week. So I don't know why we're saying we can't do it, even though I always believe that we should instead say we can figure it out.
Yes, and Board Member Mueller-Aragon, thank you for your comments. I do just want to point out that the development of this calendar doesn't mean that we agree or disagree with that. We just tried to honor the rule of the legislation to try to create a calendar that we did listen to our community's feedback to adjust where we can. But yes, throughout the school year, I mean, that is our role, is to continuous improvement. And I think that that's our effort. But the calendar, the way it's created, I just want it to be clear. It's not that we agree or disagree with the legislation.
Oh, I understand that. It's not, parents were obviously not listened to. And then we have no choice. Can you just kind of go, I know you kind of explained this, but why we have a whole entire week during Thanksgiving break where we used to just have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now it's like that whole entire week? Is it just you're trying to just put different breaks during the year is that what you're trying to do? If not, why can't you take those 2 days and take them away and then just have the kids start on August 7th instead? And take those away. I mean, just these long weekends where the parents aren't off. They may be off on Labor Day or they may be off on Memorial Day, but they're not off all these other ones that you interspersed into the calendar. Parents are working. I mean, and 2.5 weeks at or at spring break, was that 2 weeks at spring break and 2.5? I mean, parents are working, and you're going to try. It's much easier for them to find daycare for their kids in the summertime than to have to try to find things everywhere. And yes, we want to depend on, the city and on different people that are going to help us. Sometimes we're just left on our own, and we know that. And that is not fair to parents either.
Yes, and we did follow the process of having the calendar committee, and in the timeline, we did have the principals take back to their school sites for feedback. And so the development of this is based on a lot of feedback. And there was a lot of support for extended breaks. And that's what we did ask in the survey. And I don't remember, I'd have to pull up the presentation for the split, but it was pretty.
I also just want to remind everyone, one is we're already at 7 o'clock, and I really want to be able to move on this, because what's really unique about where we are, Board Member Mueller-Aragon, is one, it got passed very late. Generally, a calendar comes to us in February, and we're already communicating it out to the community. So this is very unique. I mean, and so it's not going to be a perfect year. But I think we have kind of our best foot forward to start with this next school year It doesn't mean that this is going to be in perpetuity. We're going to also look in to see what happens with this next year. We can always come back, and I know that Dr. Segura, and I don't want to just call you Patty, I want to what's your last name, but Salas, I mean, are going to be turning around immediately to start thinking about strategizing for a calendar for the subsequent school year. So we're up against it. And I know our goal and the goal of the district is to have something that we can clearly communicate to our district, to our staff, to our parents, so they can start planning now, because it is already April. And so we need to put something forward, and we need to also get started on all of these other pieces so that we can finalize it and we can put this into play. It's not perfect. It is not a perfect calendar. I will admit to that for sure. I also am grateful that you came up with an alternative calendar based on feedback on no Wednesdays. Please help us here. And that, I think, was a great compromise and something that you've done that really has pushed, has definitely with our constituents in mind. And I'm reminded that while our constituents for sure didn't want extra days, nobody did. I mean, but I wouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I think there's also a loud cry out there. We also need to do something different, because we also know that New Mexico as a whole needs to improve in education. And just for us in Albuquerque, we also need to improve our outcomes. And so this was the best foot put forward. There was additional instructional hours that were given to us, and this is what's before us now. I am hopeful. I am definitely hopeful, and I trust our staff to also be thinking about how these 6.5 hours are going to be utilized, because I don't see kids just sitting at a desk for like 6.5 hours. I think it also gives an opportunity for that creativity in terms of project-based learning that sometimes never has enough time, right? So there's also an opportunity for us to sort of look at how those things are going to play out, and how art and music plays into this, and how PE. I mean, there are things that could make it actually even be a fun day, as like Dr. Segura is telling us. So I just wanted to point that out. Board Member Mulo-Aragon, is that,
well, once the toothpaste is out of the tube and you're saying we're going to have all of our children from little 4-year-olds all the way
we
through
don't
high
have a
school
choice.
in the same, no, we have a choice about that they have to be there for 6.5 hours. There's just has to be a different way to figure out that 1,140 hours, and to do that to children and say, oh, we'll change, that can change later. Well, we didn't go back to half-day kindergarten because all-day kindergarten didn't work. So the fact that our little kids don't get to be kids is despicable. So.
Okay. So go ahead, Board Member Dominguez, I can hear you want to.
I was going to move
Okay, go ahead.
for approval of the option B, I think it is. Of the calendar.
I'll second.
Option B then
Would be the one with no
Without-
Wednesdays.
Without Wednesdays.
So so option A was the calendar that include the Wednesday release, the early release. Option B is the calendar that does not have the early release, but has the professional development days built into the calendar. And so there is a motion and there is a second. Do I have any other discussion? No. Ms. Kimia, have a roll call, please.
Peggy Mulo-Aragon.
no.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. So our motion will carry on that. And I just want to thank you again, Dr. Segura and Ms. Salas, for your time that you gave us, your presentation, and for presenting all the feedback. And just to our constituents out there, we know that it's not going to be a perfect year, but we've got to get started, and we've got to be able to communicate with the community about what it's going to look like. And so Go team.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Have a glass of whole bottle of wine.
Yes. Calgon, take me away. All right. So our next item is an update on the right sizing discussion group, and Board Member Mulatto, and you're going to give us an update. Please keep in mind too that the boundary changes and all that is included in the next item. So maybe inclusive just some of the conversations beyond that.
Yeah, this will be quick. So the discussion that we had at the last right sizing discussion group on in March was mostly just around boundary changes that would be able to be implemented this coming school year. So as far as Corrales Elementary, the community's priority has always been to try to keep their children in their community school, right in their community, which they haven't been able to do with their middle schoolers. And so that was really the driving force behind the move to make Corrales a K-8 school. And it has only, it seems like only support for changing from an elementary to a K-8. Retaining and recruiting students was one of the main factors in recommending that Corrales become a small K-8 school, which wouldn't be larger. And then 560 students, if I remember correctly. In the first year, there would be just, so far, there's been 30 students that have been interested in staying. And so there would be just a single 6th grade class, and they would remain in the K-5 model. And then the following year, 7th grade would be added, and then 8th grade would be added the following year. And then the middle school model would then take over. And then as far as I understand, the boundary is going to be the same as it was for Corrales Elementary for the K-8 school. And that's really it about Corrales. And then for Janet Kahn, it's set to become a non-boundaried magnet school, staying focused on the arts. And one of the benefits, real big benefit for that, is being able to do some of the recruiting to grow that school from, students across the city and retain. And I think their goal was to be about 500. I think they're at right around 300 or so right now. And I know a family survey was done that the results show, even with the boundary changes, that most of the families wanted their kids to stay at Janet Kahn, and every student that's there is going to have the option to stay. 6th grade will be added, and then 7th grade, and then 8th grade will be added each year after 6th, 7th, 8th. And due to, as I understand, this is going to be a little bit different than the K-8 and Corrales, that it may be possible that there would be 2 6th grade classes, not just one, that there was the interest for that. And I know that we were told that there was going to be a big advertisement campaign to advertise the changes. And the kids that, neighborhood kids that would go to Belhaven and Apache, if they didn't choose, they could choose if they didn't choose Janet Kahn. But there were also, for those children that are kind of out of the neighborhood, there's going to be super stops, and those will be driven by numbers. And so we were assured that that wouldn't be a strain on buses, and that you would just look at clusters of families and then decide on where those super stops would be. And then the last boundary kind of changes here is La Luz and MacArthur, which I know we did hear a lot about, but the La Luz students are going to be redistricted to MacArthur, which is, I remember there was some renovations already done, and they have capacity to have close to 400 students. So I think when they combine the enrollment of La Luz and MacArthur, will still be under 300 students. So there'll still be a lot of capacity. And the pre-K for both of those schools, La Luz and MacArthur, are going to move to Duranes. And so I'm assuming that there's, enough space for all the pre-Ks from La Luz and MacArthur. What they wanted to make sure that everyone knew is that by increasing the school size, that can bring along with it a lot more resources than a lot of the small schools really have. And in the past, from what I remember, is these two schools have shared staff and principals before. So that will be helpful. And the La Luz campus is going to be leased to the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy for 2 years as they complete construction of their building. This will be like the first time that they'll be able to have, they service at 3 different locations. So all their kids will be able to attend school in one facility. So that will be good. And then it'll give time, a few more years to decide on what the next steps would be for the La Luz facility. So in some of the concerns that were heard is that from some of the members were that we needed to have more community input, that a lot of, the neighborhoods didn't know anything till after the fact, that there's concerns about early childhood centers, private, preschools that can't scale up like, public schools could, and what kind of access there really is to the private preschools. There were also some corrections or misunderstanding that maybe a lot of the members had and the public had about Taft becoming a bilingual school. That is really not on the table anymore. So as far as I've been told, is the Taft enrollment will be absorbed by Taylor, and then figuring out what's going to happen with Taft is something that will be up for further discussion. So some of the things we're going to, as Dr. Blakey Duran said, we were just kind of overwhelmed. So we're going to have a better focus on continuing discussions and not have it like so broad. So we will continue discussions on the Northwest and Southwest attendance boundaries, and then the Garfield Taft Taylor attendance area consolidations, the Coronado K-8 campus, have some fiscal impact reports, talk about early childhood centers and the CTE expansion. But as far as the next meeting that's not scheduled until June 12th, we're going to be discussing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor, if I got it wrong, that we be discussing at that meeting the Coronado Magnet School, and then the APS dual language pathways, and have a fiscal analysis of the boundary changes for Corrales, Janicon, and La Luz. What did I miss? Tried to do that fast.
She did a good job.
I got it.
I know, because do you have some questions on?
I do. I just want to see, how are we addressing, because obviously we've had a lot of public comment regarding the early childhood hubs. So where are we at with that? Is it still more planning, thoughts, pause? What's happening?
It's not up for discussion in June.
Sorry, Dr. Segura.
Yeah.
Okay, so board member Tapia Romero, thank you. We can celebrate because we just recently hired a new early childhood director.
Good.
So we're very excited about that. And as of right now, we did listen to the concerns. And so our idea is that we're going to start small to see how it goes and build a model in collaboration with our private school providers. And I know it feels like we're not collaborating right now, but that is not part of what the action is that is happening at this moment in the right sizing. So we're going to get there now that we have a director on board. We're going to start putting together some planning sessions and what this could look like. But we very much are about collaborating and wanting to make sure that we're serving our entire community, especially now with this new funding for pre-K for our state. There's going to be a lot of need. And so we want to be well positioned to make sure that we're serving all of our kids. But I think at this point, and I don't know if we want to speak more to it, I think that's.
I have something to say. So just so we know, I was up in Santa Fe a lot this past session, and I was approached by this organization's leadership, and we discussed, when would we begin collaboration? And really there was some discussion about waiting until the session was over, and then who would they want to collaborate with us? And we wanted to wait until we had a director. So now that we have a director and they wanted to wait, I think They have a president of an association who seems to be the one that will probably be the point of contact. And, we'll meet with a small group and begin that. There are models for this in Las Cruces and Farmington, and we'll probably look at those and probably model ourselves after those.
And final question, do we have a timeline on that? Are we looking this, because obviously the funding that just came out from Santa Fe is for this upcoming school year, because the grant is there now. It's due the end of this month. So what are we looking like timeline wise?
So right now we're looking at building a model center at the current Duranis site, and also building up our current pre-K programs within our current schools that have them. And then at that point, what is the word I'm looking for? Scaling, thank you, Amanda, scaling as we see the need is there. So there are plans in place. In the right sizing committee, we've had lots of conversations about what this could look like. We've heard from private providers, their concerns as well. And so we want to try to just work together to provide service for all of our kids the best that we can.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm good. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. All right. So any other questions for Board Member Mulatto-Gone on right sizing? I think we're good. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is a consideration for approval of boundary changes for La Luz and MacArthur Elementary Schools. This is discussion action, and Dr. Blakey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Board President Montoya Cordova, members of the board. I think that Board Member Mueller-Aragon really updated everybody for what has gone on with the work group. One of the things that has come out from the work group that needs full board approval is a change of boundaries. And for all the school boundaries this evening, we also have principals of several of the schools, including the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy, if you do have questions that come up about these changes. So the first boundary change that we're taking to you for approval, and we did review these at the last of the COPT meetings before we moved into the work group. And so those are the same boundaries. Nothing has changed within those maps. So this first one is La Luz and MacArthur. This is consolidating La Luz and MacArthur Elementary School that would change the boundaries for MacArthur Elementary School to incorporate the boundaries of La Luz Elementary School. So you'll see in front of you the map of the proposed attendance area change. MacArthur is a primarily walkable school, and La Luz currently has one school bus. So I believe that will still be the same type of transportation that will be needed for MacArthur, because those two schools are within a mile of each other. And so what we're looking at is approval of this boundary change. And with that, we stand for any questions.
Can you just tell, really just quickly a little bit about what the community is thinking about the boundary changes? Because I know that was a concern for.
Sure. So we sent out communication to the families after last week's meeting. We met with the staff the day after, so that's right. Tuesday. And, to be very honest, I don't think that people are very shocked or surprised. That's me putting in, I have only heard from one family asking us to reconsider. They thought they had one more year with their school. Mm-hmm. So they've seen that it was coming. And so then the intention for the rest of the communication plan is that we are planning 2 meetings tomorrow, and each of the families will be assigned an APS liaison to help you approve the boundary change.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Can I? We're good?
I have a question.
Okay, okay. To approve the boundary changes for La Luz and MacArthur Elementary Schools, just there we go. It's out there.
Second. No.
Okay, now we have further discussion. Go ahead.
So, I think you're right. The families had an inkling that this was coming. I think what I found it's not the decision, but how it came down is what I took from the emails that I received. There was, they cited that in February, as recently as February, they had been under the impression or had a meeting whereby they thought they were going to bring in that La Luz would become a hub for preschool. And so they were shocked that this was happening so quickly. And I don't know if you received that email or if you responded.
So, Board Member Dominguez, I don't know if we're talking about the same email. What I can tell you, when I met with the staff at La Luz Elementary, there was some media after the first right sizing task force meeting that people began to form their own assumptions. We never said anything. The task force sent us back to maybe look at some different options because at the time, I don't think we thought that it was the right time to jump into the preschool hub conversation. So I think it was an evolution of the conversation from between the right sizing task force, which we have been working on, and then the board task force and the work that was tasked to us to come back to the task force. So I think it's about how, and sure, the timing is never going to be right for us to talk about consolidation of a school, because it's always going to be sensitive in nature.
Yeah. And I guess this serves as a call, right? Or if we have small schools, this is what they're facing potentially.
I would agree with that, because I know even, being a member of the task force, that conversation, I know I posed that question as like, when is too small, because it definitely does. And I'm thinking back on our student outcomes focused governance and, our desire to want to make sure that our students have full access and they have, the full complementary of services. And it's hard when we have schools that are so small that they don't have the full complementary. And so I know for the community, it's very hard. And I can imagine that they're heartbroken and that they're disappointed. What I'm also hopeful for, and I'm hoping that in our communication, is that the visits to MacArthur, that they go over and that they find a renewed aspiration of all the things that their students are going to be able to have access to, and how that's really going to be so beneficial to their kiddos in terms of just their whole academic experience with APS. So but I hear that too. I mean, there's always a sense of loss from a community who's, this is their neighborhood school, and that doesn't fall on deaf ears for us. It was a difficult decision. It's a difficult, hard thing to do. But, our job is to make sure that our students have the best opportunity to reach those outcomes that we want them so much to have. And so I think I was impressed with how quickly you all were able to, flex based on some feedback that we had. But I do want to say too, is that the conversations has been conversational, where we could bounce ideas off of each other and really sort of think that through. So I really appreciate just the quick thinking and the pieces that went back, and agree with you, Mr. Bell, too, around how when the media gets out and they announce something so quickly like that, there was a lot of assumptions that were being made. And I think that makes it really hard for the community. So anyway, Board Member Peterson, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think, again, hats off to the committee. I think you're trying to deal with difficult realities and do it in the way that's most beneficial to the community and to the district. And I really do appreciate that. I feel like as a board member, we are in a hard spot because we're being asked sometimes to support charter schools that are less than half the size in closing down, and at the same time being asked to close down schools that are embedded in a community that have history and ties and relationships. And we are not in a business. We are an educational organization, and that's always got to be what leads. And I mean, I'm going to end up supporting this because I feel like we need time to make sure that the preschool hub concept really is studied so that when we implement it, it's implemented in absolutely the best way, both in terms of curriculum and instruction and what that reality looks like for young children, and at the same time doing it in a positive relationship with the private providers that are real concerned. And I don't think we're ready to do that without studying. And so I think this is a short-term solution that gives us time. But when we get those emails, it's people who have historical relationships with this school. And that's real. And that's what keeps them connected to APS. So my one real question then is, I appreciate the work being done with students and families to make sure they have a soft handoff to whatever comes next for them. What about for staff? What's happening with staff?
So yes, thank you very much for that question. Board Member Peterson, last week when we met with the staff, the entire staff, we did talk to them about having some choice and voice in what happens to them next. Many of them are hopeful that they could just go to MacArthur. The reality of this particular situation is that even if we move all of the students from La Luz to MacArthur, we would not have a need for every teacher to just move over. So we will work through human resources in helping. We have the process, and the teachers will work through the process with us.
Will they have priority when it comes to placements for next year?
Okay. And I just want to add also the quick thinking too on this, with the 2-year placeholder and adding the Sign Language Academy, working with them as they're going to get ready to build their spot. So the Charter Academy being able to utilize that spot, I thought was really brilliant, and as a good use of, just us developing that partnership, because I know with that particular charter fills a really important niche. It's a different type of group. So I really appreciate the work that was being done with that as well. So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any other discussion? Not, I'll go ahead and call for the vote, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Yes.
Excuse me. Robert Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. I need to do a point of order. I have to go back to item on our special issues, item A for the calendar, just really quickly, because one of the things that was pointed out is that we made a motion to approve the calendar with the changes, but we didn't say anything about the college and career high school calendar in there. And so we also needed to approve that one as well. So may I have a motion on that, please?
So moved. This is Barbara.
I'll second. This is Josefina.
May I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Yes.
Barbara Peterson.
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, I'm sorry for missing that, but thank God for our secretary who pointed out and reminded me that we didn't do that. And so did Superintendent Elders, so, okay. So moving right along, we're going to go on to item D, which is consideration for approval of boundary changes for Corrales Elementary School. And this goes along with the discussion and the changes that Board Member Mueller-Aragon was talking about.
Thank you, Board Member or Board President Montoya Cordova. This evening, we have in front of you request for approval of the attendance boundary change for Corrales. We also have the principal of Corrales Elementary in attendance if you have any questions. This is to expand Corrales to a small K-8 school, which would change the boundary particularly for the 6 through 8 for the kids to go to Taylor. So there's nothing in the boundary that changes the current K-5 boundary for Corrales. What this does is change the current K-5 boundary for Corrales into the K-8 for Corrales, with the high school continuing to feed to Cibola High School as it does now. And we ask for your approval of this boundary change.
I move for approval of the boundary changes for Corrales Elementary.
This is Crystal. I'll second.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
So for families that live in Corrales but actually want a traditional middle school for their students, do they have priority but no transportation to continue at Taft? What's or Taylor?
They wouldn't, at this time, until we change the policy for transfer, they could, and Taylor right now has room, so they could transfer to Taylor, but it would be a transfer, so transportation would not be provided.
And they'll phase in. So right now we have current 6th graders. So they would have transportation for the next 2 years, but that transportation will phase out. After this year's 6th graders, who will turn into 7th graders next year, who currently get the bus from Taylor. That bus will end. We have it, I think it was the 24-25 school year.
Okay. This is a logical thing. The community wants it. I still think as a district, we need to be cognizant that this alters what schools look like. And while we're looking at closing certain schools, and those schools tend to be in neighborhoods with higher minorities, higher socioeconomic issues, and this is a school that will meet the needs very nicely of a community that doesn't really look like the rest of our demographics. And so while I think that there are lots of logical reasons for doing this, I also think that we need to address some hard issues that impact all of our schools and students.
Okay. I'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Peggy Mueller-Aragon,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes, our next item is consideration for approval of boundary changes for Janet Kahn School of Integrated Arts Magnet, Bellhaven and Apache Elementary Schools, also discussion action.
Hey, Board President Montoya Cordova, this request is to remove the boundaries that are currently for Janet Kahn Elementary School as we phase it in, similar to Corrales in the next 3 years. So this is to remove the boundaries of Janet Kahn and make it into a K-8 non-boundary magnet school. The students that currently go to Janet Kahn would have priority for the next few years to be able to stay in that school. Students who do not want to go to Janet Kahn would be redistricted in the new boundary areas that have the majority of the students that live closest to Janet Kahn, as you'll see in the maps, attending Bellhaven Elementary School. And then because of the current boundary of Janet Kahn, there is an area that backs up to the current boundary for Apache in the Fort Hills community and Singing Arrow. Those students would be reboundaried to go to Apache Elementary School, similar to their the rest of the neighborhood there. And with that, we stand for any questions.
Is there any discussion?
I mean, the only question that I have that I know that people are asking is, I know we're going to have those super stops and that the process is going to be looking at the clusters of families before they're placed. Who is ultimately then going to make the decision, the final decision on the super stops though?
So that will be similar to how we provide super stops for the charter
Yeah.
schools. So it will be in combination with Mr. Garcia and the school principal as far as where they're seeing the greatest need for families to have. We already have committed that one of the stops would be in the Singing Arrow neighborhood because that is one of the current stops for the community and those families have asked to stay going to Janet Con. But for the remainder, it would be in the recruiting aspect of the school as they start to try to build
Right.
up the numbers and recruit. As they meet with those families, they will be able to, find where the best stops for the families will be in conjunction with the school principal.
So it'll be the principal and then Mr. Garcia that will kind of that final decision will be made. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, just, we're having a sidebar here. Okay, any other discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval of the boundary changes for Janet Con, Bellhaven and Apache Elliott.
All of
I was
them.
going to forget two schools.
As a
I'll
Got to
second.
get them all.
dominoes.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
You have a second, I'm sorry.
I seconded.
Peggy Miller Aragon,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right, thank you. We'll be moving on to our next items, which is going to be taking us to some of our charter school activities here. So our first item for consideration of approval is of the contract and performance framework for the Albuquerque Talent Development Academy. We've got Mr. Garcia and Dr. Joseph Escobedo from Office of Innovation Choice and Lucinda Molina, who is the Albuquerque Talent Development Academy Director, right? That's right. Okay. So you have the floor.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we're bringing forward a few charter school items for your consideration. Want to let you know that we are working on charter school workshop tentatively scheduled for May 14th. We will be designing an agenda that will help you to understand and support accountability processes that our office uses with charter schools. We hope to give you a national, state, and local perspective of our work. We will be asking you to review policy, procedural directive changes, which will include a monitoring schedule and improved timelines to ensure we are in compliance in all situations with state statute deadlines. And I turn it to Dr. Escobedo for more specifics.
So, Madam President, members of the board,
Can I just do a quick clarification? Because you said May,
June 14th.
June 14th. That's what I thought. He said May 14th. I was like, that's a Sunday. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we do have for your consideration the contract and performance framework for Albuquerque Talent Development. We did receive a couple of questions that I'd like to review with you, if that's okay. So one of the questions was about the requirement of the performance framework indicators, that they be quality and rigorous. The question was if the measures are quality and rigorous. And I would say from our performance framework, we're really trying to have that balance of quality, rigor, quantitative assessments versus qualitative assessments as well. So one of the questions was, how is poverty status calculated? And so what we do for our data indicator is, use the measurement of free and reduced lunch that comes from the public education department's data that they release.
So then what's going to happen now when all the children receive lunches? How is that going to be calculated then?
So actually, I'll be close and I may need to get you more information, but the way I don't know it on details, but the way I understand it, it's still the same. They're still calling it the same, but it's actually not using the forms. It's using the SNAP counts and the measures of students enrolled in state services.
Okay.
So, but when we pull the data, we still see free and reduced lunch. So that's our indicator of poverty. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so for the academic performance, one of the questions was, what is considered satisfactory performance? So in the performance framework, you'll notice the academic measurements that are proposed for each school. We have taken into account, I wanted to make sure you knew your goals as a board, which are very helpful for us to have those conversations as we are embedding these academic performance projections into the performance framework. So for example, for Albuquerque Talent, if they did not reach satisfactory performance, that would be for anything that is either working to meet or meet. So 51% of prediction, for example, so there would satisfactory performance would equal a growth rate of more than 51% of prediction, which for this year, if you look at the data, would be 7% for reading, 6% for math, and 5% growth for science.
Did you say more than 51% of prediction?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, for their goal of what they predicted.
what they predict is going to happen.
So for example, in reading for this year, they're expecting to have a growth rate of at least 7%. So another question was, what specific indicators would warrant revocation? So any performance indicator or item from our site visit protocol or our performance framework could result in revocation. So if there's something that needs to be improved, so our audit was released, each school developed a financial corrective action plan around their audit findings. We're meeting with them. Now, when we go and test them in a month, if they haven't started making those improvements, we could signal to you, hey, we have a notice of unsatisfactory performance. They're not moving forward. We got to do something to move them forward. And then finally, one of the questions was, what does aggregate growth rate? So what we would be looking at is an average rate of growth over that 1 year period. So that's the specific terminology in the performance framework. And so I'll turn it over to Lucinda Molina to, if she wants to say anything and to answer your questions.
A little nerve wracking here. First, I would like to say, I do appreciate the time that we spent, so that we can kind of get to know one another and you guys get to know a little bit more about our school and the challenges that we face. That was also very informative, also for us. And also you had mentioned capstone. So I scheduled for a presenter to come out and talk to us about capstone. So it looks like meaning my staff and I are all on board with that, and we will be moving forward with that. So I do thank you for mentioning that. Very informative, and we're actually very excited to work with them on capstone.
That's great. Thank you. I think with the population that you're serving, a capstone option is definitely appropriate. So I really appreciate you taking a look at that.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I just have a couple of them. So on the academic performance indicators at the bottom, it has probably the second sentence starts with, although target growth percentages for each level are provided, as long as the total growth across all ranges meets or succeeds the aggregate growth rate. So was that just a typo and it should have said exceeds instead of succeeds?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
We will correct that.
Okay, I just assumed so. And then when it comes to Dr. Escobedo, you were talking about quality and rigor, and you felt that these proposed indicators were of quality and rigor. I mean, is that what you are saying?
The whole performance framework together, yes. So there's, I think, the whole document together to hold the school accountable.
Okay.
Meets that measure.
Okay, and then so when it comes to the growth rate, I saw on the academic performance indicators, and like you said, 7% for this coming school year, and math 6%, 5%, And then it, goes up the following year and basically stays the same in 25, 26, and then it kind of goes down because we get to a point where it's difficult to obviously get that kind of growth. So is that something that you feel is appropriate and that it would be considered good growth? Like if you're growing reading by 7% this next school year, in your opinion, that growth rate?
So I do not believe, and Dr. Bowman can correct me, but I do not believe the SAT has set cut scores for proficiency, did they?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so. So, but if we look at, for example, on the chart, level 3 performance in the younger assessment would be seen as proficient. Now, again, they haven't labeled level 3 as proficient, but if you just take that maybe assumption, so what the school is proposing is that they're moving their students by levels of performance bands. So when we look at, so one of the discussions that we're taking into account is your goals again, so 10% growth over five years in each of these areas. So if you take kind of that assumption of, they're saying their level 3 performance students in reading would be 10% in year 1, but 25% in year
4
5,
or 5.
And so they kind of, and then they're also moving other students to level 4, which is exceeds. So I think it matches your goals, and I think it matches what the school believes that they can do with their strategic plan.
Okay. And what's important is what, is achievable. I think that's what's important. We can have big numbers, but if they're not achievable, we'd rather have something that's achievable. And so if you could specifically kind of tell me, Dr. Escobedo, if because we obviously had some concerns about the academic performance, right? So if you just pick a year, I don't care which year it is, 24, 25, 27, 28, and tell me what you think when you're looking at those scores and looking at the growth rate, what could really merit revocation? Like, and I don't care what you pick. You could pick science, you could pick math. It doesn't matter to me. I just want something like specific that we would look at and go, this is not good. Would it be that they didn't, get that growth rate of, in science at 10%? Like what would be considered like, you probably should have your charter revoked?
Well, first of all, so if they had their growth rate is below 50% of prediction, they're going to be, does not meet in that category. But I think it's also important to look at so in year 2, 24, 25, under reading, if their goal is 70% in level 1, and we look at the data and in level 1 for all of the reading, math, and science, they have 95% of their students and they haven't grown. Additionally, through our site visits, they are not implementing their strategic plan. They're not making gains and making changes that they said they were. All of that combined, I think, is a notice of unsatisfactory performance with the data. So you all helping us and pushing us to ensure that this data is in there is a quantitative indicator. There's qualitative things that I think we take into account with the twice semester visits that we do to understand whether the school's moving forward or not. I'll give you an example. We have one school in turnaround today, they're in their 3rd year, new principal, Dos Puentes, went and visited them today with, and the culture change
is felt
it's significantly different. There's no chaos during passing periods. The school students are engaged. The teachers are walking around. And they're showing some growth in their short cycle assessments. But if they only got 71% and in the level 1 and that culture change is evident, then I don't think we bring to you a notice of unsatisfactory performance. So I think it's a balance of how we approach it as well.
Okay, so the soonest that we're really going to be able to see anything is going to be at the end of next school year, right? That we will be like, this is maybe not quite working. So that would be obviously the soonest that.
Absolutely the soonest. But if we go in semester 1, Lucinda leaves there's a new principal moving in that they haven't moved forward, everything's, and short cycle assessment growth shows nothing's happening. It could, we could come to you and say earlier than that, but with all systems as normal, we visit the school, twice a semester. And so we're knowing also what's going to come behind the data. Like, what's the story behind the data of what we're looking at through our compliance indicators, but also the conversations that we have.
Which is important. It's not just all about those numbers. It's about everything about the school. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'm trying to find it.
It's item F.
Okay, here we are. I will make a motion to approve the contract and performance framework for Albuquerque Talent and Development Academy.
I'll second.
All right, may I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right, thank you. So our next item for discussion and action is consideration of the approval of the contract and performance framework for Corrales International School. This is also discussion action.
So, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we do have for your consideration the contract and performance framework for Corrales International School. So their mission-specific goals are really around standards-based assessment improvements for reading and math and writing. They're also measuring writing and speaking in a language proficiency assessment, which really parallels their specific mission. And so Mr. Mark Tully is here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Tully. Any questions from the board?
Well, I think I have a this framework is less dense than the one we just looked at. And so I guess my question is more to Dr. Escobedo first of all, you have some pretty good assessment results here.
Yes.
And so I'll get to that in a second, but why the difference in density?
So the specifics that you're seeing in Albuquerque Talent Development, there's the school and the attorney asked to put into that. We use all of those indicators through our site visit process. So kind of balancing with your student, focused governance changes, we are kind of embracing in the administration. We're looking at liquidity and measuring it through our site visit processes and rolling it up, like, for example, under financial performance, where in the past, we've had a specific indicator for liquidity that you would have approved. So we're using the same information. It's just kind of how we're reporting it out. And the Albuquerque Talent School and their attorney kind of really felt like they wanted those details to be very clear in the approval. But for the way we work and our processes, it really doesn't matter, but I understand the legal position that they have.
Okay, yeah, so it's almost like this is the same information, just visually.
Yeah.
It's different. Okay. So I guess kind of a similar question to you, sir, and I apologize, I missed your name.
Mr. Tully.
Holly. Are these goals that you feel you can meet while still having rigor for the students and be able to meet the satisfactory and above that will be required?
Madam President, members of the board, Board Member Jackson, I believe we can do them. In fact, they may be a little conservative, but with the new test and the results we saw after taking the new standardized test from the state, we've still got to work on some things to see that why we didn't maybe do as high as I thought we should do. And comparatively with some other schools that we always kind of compare ourselves with, International Baccalaureate Schools, dual language, I think we can outperform it, but I am conservative until I see more about what's affecting our testing a little more.
Okay. That's it.
Any other questions?
I just always want to congratulate you, Mr. Tully, because you just do a phenomenal job with all of these children. And as an educational leader, which I believe you truly are, I just want to let you know that I'm just always I'm just always so proud of what you and your staff does and just proud of all those kids. So just wanted to let you know that.
Board Member Mueller Aragon, thank you. I'm a fan of yours too. And I'd love any of you or all of you to come out and see what we do.
And I'll move for approval of the contract and performance framework for Corrales International School.
This is Crystal, second.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Board Member Peterson.
This is actually a general charter school question that maybe you all can answer. When are you obligated by statute to pay teachers at the same rate as it's set by the legislature for licensure levels and matching?
Madam
salary?
President, members of the board, Board Member Peterson, absolutely. We're a public school just like any others. We will pay 1% if she signs it. If the governor signs it tomorrow, we will pay 5, not an average of 5, but everybody gets 5, which I guess is an average, but yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Any other discussion? Not, may I have roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Absolutely, yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Tully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right, our next item is consideration of the approval of the contract and performance framework for Montessori of the Rio Grande.
Yes, and so again, their mission-specific goals, Madam President, members of the board, are around habits of mind and a final writing project. And we did get one question about how the rubric for the final project was developed, and it was developed by the staff as they looked at the indicators of that they wanted the kindergarten, third graders and fifth graders to meet for their exhibition, their final project performance. And there was one question about, is the school using standards-based assessment for measuring reading and math and science? And they are, and you may notice that their growth in their academic performance does not meet the same measure as your goals for the whole district. Part of that is looking at the data and their levels of performance of students who are already at proficiency, and the raising that 10% from 79 to 89% seems to be a little more difficult. So Deb Henwood is here and she can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a statement at all, or
I would
just?
just like to thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Do I have a
These
motion?
are phenomenal.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
well done.
Board Member Dominguez?
I do have a question. Yes, I mean,
How do we duplicate?
you have great.
No, I'm side comment. I said, how do we duplicate?
I heard that.
That's
and I said, Montessori.
Montessori is complete. It's a mission. It's a different type of approach. So it's not for everyone either.
Right,
Mhm.
very fascinating.
Mhm.
And again, we would love to have you come just to see what an authentic Montessori classroom looks like.
Mhm.
Because we're very proud of having a foot in two camps in the public world, which we do all standardized testing, iStation, reading and math for all 5 of our grades. We do it K-5 so we can track our cohorts of children. And obviously we do,
Mhm.
all things.
Sure. Yes, I'm very familiar with Montessori, even though it's been a long time. Both my kids attended. And my daughter had 2 very different Montessori experiences. One was close to student housing, so it was easy, but it wasn't very diverse. And eventually we moved over to something that was closer to, this was in Austin, Texas. And it was more diverse. And while I support your mission, I would love to see your demographics improve, especially among Hispanics, because you're situated in Duranes and not far from the elementary school, correct?
Right.
And I made that clear to one of your illustrious clients who has his child there. And he assured me that that was something that the school would be working on.
We are working on it. We have a plan. We have, what do we have in place? What would we like to put in place? And then, you know, what would our end product? So for example, this year, all of our lottery information has been posted in Spanish, which had not been done previously. So everything on our website pertaining to lottery, registration, entering our school is now all in Spanish. We increased our lottery window, so it gave families a lot longer. We take lotteries, applications, mail, any way that a family would like to bring it to us. We've had open houses, and so we are really looking at our population and how we can increase that. But we are, you know, governed by lottery, and so we have to honor that process.
So I guess I'm not familiar with that. So
So
could you
all
elaborate?
public charter schools, we have to have a lottery for entrance into our school. And so our lottery window is open for all of February. Most charter schools, it's around January, February. So families give us a lottery application. You know, we are not allowed to ask, you know, things like, do you have an IEP kind of questions? They are not allowed. It is literally grade, you know, and address, phone numbers, and then we have a drawing. And so we draw our names for how many positions that we have open. Generally, they're in kindergarten because all children have to lottery enter kindergarten unless they have a sibling preference. And then we have a wait list. So every family that enters our lottery knows where they stand. So either they know, yes, we have a kindergarten position, or we're on our wait list. So they can see, well, we're first on the wait list. And most of the times they will call and kind of ask a lot of questions. We do tours. So that is the lottery process. So we draw from 25 zip codes around the city and, you know, surrounding areas. And we do have families that live in our neighborhood that have entered our lottery and can walk to our school.
Yes.
So, but every charter school has to have a lottery process.
And so how does the lottery then allow you to improve demographics?
Based on
Not really.
Numbers, right? The more numbers, if you had more.
Madam President, members of the board, so one of the things that we've been talking about since the board meeting was, so how do you be intentional in language? How do you be intentional in partnerships and, you know, the Asian Family Center to make sure that they know that the Montessori of the Rio Grande is there? So different outreaches and just pushing themselves to get the lottery applications to be more diverse.
So families also know, like it is in Spanish, right? So they can understand. We go to Durana's community meetings. And so that families know we're not a private school tucked away. We are a public school for everybody.
And remind me how many students you serve?
We have 216 K-5.
Okay, 216. No more questions.
How many openings do you generally have in a year?
So we generally it is mostly in kindergarten because our families do stay. This year we had 25 kindergarten openings because the others were incoming kindergartners with older siblings. Okay. 2 first grade openings.
Wow.
It's really hard because families, you know, it's lovely because we don't have, you know, families moving unless they're either moving out of state and sometimes family move because like you said, Montessori is not necessarily for everybody. And they'll come to try it like, this is not quite, you know, what we thought. Or we have some that have transportation, you know, their neighborhood schools, Hubert Humphrey. And so they're like, you know, it's a long drive.
I just want to
Well
high
done.
five you, like, fantastic job.
Thank you.
I love hearing these type of success stories and how you're doing everything right. So thank you. Thank
Good
you.
job.
And
Yeah.
how you took the feedback from last time to incorporate into the lottery process. So I think the responsiveness of what you heard is appreciated as well. But yeah, well done. Like maybe think about expanding.
Do we have a motion on this one?
I will make a motion without a doubt to approve, thank you, the contract and performance framework for Montessori of the Rio Grande.
I will second.
All right, Ms. King, may I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero.
Yes, yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Bernie Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right. So our next item, thank you, Miss, I forgot her name. Thank you so much. Okay. Our next item for consideration, for approval of the charter renewal for the term of 5 years for El Camino Real Academy.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Elder, we bring to you your consideration for the renewal application for El Camino Real Academy. As you recall, the school's renewal was tabled because of your concerns about performance. We could have gone through the process, and that's what we will be improving in procedural directive and policy moving forward, is if you were to have a concern, ensuring that there's time to honor the contract that allows the school to respond and provide a plan for improvement. I think that's the important step that we need to take in moving forward. So this time compared to last time that, you know, we had a renewal concern, it was about missing the deadline. So the hearing officer did rule that the board should approve the renewal. And again, we will be working with them to do the same process that we've done with the other schools of looking at their academic performance to hold them accountable through the same processes. And so, you know, one of the questions that we received was, you know, why did our office recommend approval? So when we look at the standards and law about why you can non-renew a school, we felt that the school was moving forward in that contract and that performance framework. But allowing and what we're moving towards together in having those academic goals being really specific in the performance framework as that level of rigor and accountability, because state law currently says we could raise concerns about performance if the school failed to meet or make substantial progress toward achievement of department standards of excellence, which was written in regarding the school grading system. So that no longer exists. So we need to adjust our systems. We've adjusted now to what we've done with the academic goals. And so I think that helps us moving forward along with the timeline. So we're trying to adjust and improve, and we will continue to do that.
Okay. Any discussion?
I do.
Go ahead.
So what you said, Dr. Escobedo, is that the hearing officer didn't say that we had to approve the renewal, only said that we missed the deadline, and as a result of missing the deadline, we're where we're at. Is that kind of?
The wording on page 134 of your packet, the order is that the board is ordered to approve the charter renewal without conditions. And so that's the action item that we're bringing forward to you.
So what exactly approving it without conditions? What does a without conditions mean?
I don't know, Art may need to help me, but I think my interpretation of that would be if you said we will approve the charter for 5 years if they bring us a plan by next week of X, Y, and Z.
Okay, because I mean, I don't like that. You approve without conditions. But that's me. Is that correct though, Art? I mean, like we're being told that we have to do something and then we don't just get to do the job we are elected to do. If we have to approve something without conditions, so we can't place any conditions? On what?
Board Member Mueller Aragon. Hard to swallow this one, but the answer is you were told, we did our best, and we're going to have to swallow hard tonight. I know that Joseph and I have had multiple conversations about how to improve the process, and specifically, I hope El Camino hears this, that the performance framework that they are working on with Joseph, excuse me, is going to be substantially more specific and give this individual and this department the opportunity to bring back shortcomings to you. But the short answer is yes. And it's just a hard one to swallow, but yes.
So then, Mr. Melendres, then had in December, when this came, obviously we didn't we didn't have enough time. So those are some of the processes that will obviously change.
Yes.
So I get that. But had that night had we not tabled and just voted, right? Instead, what we did is tabled, which we probably shouldn't have, because if we had voted, we would have met that deadline and then we wouldn't be in this position
Well,
or not.
They still
so
would have appealed it.
I know they would have appealed it,
Yes.
but we would have been, they couldn't have said we didn't do something in a timely manner, right? Or could they have still?
It would have, Board President and Member Mueller-Aragon, that part is correct. We would not have missed the deadline. I want to just say that I believe that Mr. Escobedo was working in good faith, believing that tabling would give the school district and the charter school the opportunity to come back and show what you had asked for. It turned out that they, I don't want to say thumbed their nose, but they did not agree to an extension, which put us in a very difficult position. Now, the second part of your question is, if we had voted, obviously, if the vote had been yes, the school would have moved forward without any further ado, if you will. If the vote had been no, knowing this charter school, they would have appealed. And what I have to say is that that night, and I take in large responsibility for this, we did not previously say, if you intend to reject or not approve, here are certain guidelines and certain benchmarks that you must explain in your decision when you vote. So I know that there was dissatisfaction with the charter school and it was explained. And yet, as we go forward in this process, we hope to give you more specific benchmarks so that if there is an appeal, they can't just say, well, they just said they didn't like that school. I'm overstating that, but they didn't like that school or they didn't think there was enough of this. We need very specific data to support your decision, and that's on us and on me. So it's a good learning lesson, I guess. Both.
So that night then, though, Mr. Melendres, as I recall, we were pretty specific about what we thought about the academic outcomes, about the financial viability. I mean, I remember many of us being very specific about what we were thinking. If I could be incorrect, but that's what I remember.
You are, Madam President and Peggy Mueller-Aragon, your conversation was generalized in that direction, but you did specifically say you didn't like their academic performance. What I have to say is that looking at like this now and this, it is, we don't like the academic performance because last year they were at X. They said they would get to Y. They did not get to Y. They were at 10%. They said they'd be at 12. They did not do that. And
So you're talking about specificity
I'm
then.
talking about very much more specificity and tagged to specific indicators. And so while I understand, and perhaps we know the charter schools better than some of them do, but I understand your frustration and I understand where you were in terms of saying, we don't like what we see. I have to say that if you had voted no, I don't think we had enough in terms of specificity, and that's a very good word, to support an appeal and say we were correct. And I'm hoping that after we go through this next iteration, there will be no opportunities for charter schools to win on appeal, which would mean they would overcome your decision.
So then, Mr. Melendez, then who should have been, because, you know, we're obviously not lawyers and don't understand contract law. Well, I won't speak for Member Jackson, but who is responsible for telling us, ooh, you probably need to be more specific, you know, text us and tell us, you know, you should be more specific, or had we tabled like we did, I mean, whose responsibility is to tell us?
I'm going to say it's mine.
Okay.
In large part. And I.
Thank you
I
for
will
thank
tell
you for saying that.
Honestly, it's a world we live in, but this item was on a consent calendar. And I did not anticipate that the level of discussion and frustration that you had would come forward. And that's on me. I did not speak to all of you ahead of time, and that's what Joseph and I are saying. We have got to develop this process so that neither side is caught shorthanded. And, you know, if I had been here, I'm not sure I would have reacted much more quickly than Joseph. I think in good faith, I think he thought if we delay or table, we can work this out. It didn't happen. So I just don't ever want that to happen again, but I take responsibility.
Okay, because they didn't give us the extension, which they could have at least done that. They could have, but we also could have, had we tabled it, we could have also had an emergency meeting where you could have told us, okay, you need this, this, and this, and we would have been able to do that before the break, correct? So it's a lesson learned.
Lesson learned respectfully. That was on I think December 3rd or December 8th when the vote occurred, and there were there could be an emergency not an emergency, a special meeting, but there were no more meetings in December. Joseph and I talked about, oh, wow, they're not cooperating. How do we get back in front of the board? And honestly,
we could have, though, somehow, right?
I would like to think you would have, but
right.
We also were like, oh, we don't have any more meetings. Everyone, the semester's over, school's over. Woo. So, you know, lesson learned. That's all I can say. And I apologize because I didn't do a good enough job.
I just know that what we have to realize on a consent calendar, anything can get, any of us want to pull something off, we can. So that means anybody who's on consent needs to come prepared I know all the staff, they always come prepared, not knowing if something's going to get pulled off consent or not. So that's something that everybody should know. Those are the rules. So, and I
agree.
Right. So, I wish we would have at least done that. But I understand, even if we could appeal this to district court, right? We could, the chances of us getting anywhere are probably almost zero. That's what I've been told anyway. So we'd spend money, right? It's almost going to be zero. So do you want to spend the money to do that? But a question that I have, and it's probably too late, obviously, for this, but Camino Real, realizing they're not doing what's right by kids, and in the end, it's the children that are getting harmed with these, very, very, very poor outcomes, which is what I care about. I care about, bottom line is what's going to be best for kids, and the school's not what's best for kids. Can they themselves voluntarily rescind their application if they wanted to?
Of course.
Yes.
I know that's not going to happen because the right thing's not going to be done by the children, but just wanted to put it out there. But I mean, thank you for, I just hope in the future, if it means, and I don't know, and who would be able to answer this question, is if we're in the middle of something like, this Camino Real renewal, and you are listening and you're just kind of going, they may not be going kind of the right way. Is that possible for us to stop and go into a closed session so that you can give us good legal advice? I don't know if that's possible if it's not on the agenda, though.
It's very difficult.
That would be, right? So see,
Very
that's,
difficult to stop and go into closed session.
and so what do you think is the solution for that? We don't know if something won't come up again that we missed because we're not perfect.
This the solution that the administration is proposing is to first have a training session where we work together to set
Right.
out a new calendar of events, moving everything earlier in the process and not getting caught up against a deadline. So that if there is lack of performance in the view of the administration, we are hoping that that would be coming to you in August or September in future years. And you would have the opportunity to express your concerns and to say, we want you to hone in on these things specifically. So we will be prepared to vote yes or no.
So do you still think that when it comes to, I mean, I'm sure it's not just charter renewals, that we should still just have something on there that says that we could go into closed session if needed? Like, is that something that we could put on there? I've just seen that on other boards where they don't necessarily do it, but they sometimes think they may have to talk to their lawyer. And they just have it on there kind of like a
As long as
placeholder.
we stay within the confines of the Open Meetings Act, which is threatened or pending litigation, which we didn't anticipate.
We didn't anticipate that.
Well,
so
and I
that's
think
hard.
that's going to be the purpose of the workshop, is for us to be able to work out some of these details, and we'll talk about all of the what ifs and what could we potentially do. I mean, so I think we're going to have an opportunity to go through that. I've been working with Dr. Escobedo and Art on this so that we could get the workshop scheduled and we could pull a better process together. And I appreciate that they want to do it with us with all of the questions that we might have so that they can help to build that process with the things that we're concerned about.
We just have to address some of the, omissions that you were kind of talking about and making sure that those are taken care of. The damages in the end are just to the children.
Right. Okay, so here we are on this one. Is there any other discussion?
I have 3 questions. So first is, you said that first in the thing, it says shall approve. That's what you're talking about. Like, we're going to have to swallow this and take it.
Yes.
Okay. So this is being approved without a performance framework. Is that correct?
So, Madam President, members of the board, so that's where the next step. So like we did tonight with Albuquerque Talent Montessori, we will begin our process of negotiating with them those academic indicators and bring the contract to you.
Okay. And when will we see the performance framework?
You will see it for the board meeting, the first board meeting for May.
So it's coming.
Yes, we have to do it
Okay.
in 30 days or we miss another deadline.
Oh, good God. Okay. Okay. Seriously.
No, we don't need that.
Which brings me to my final question. All of these benchmarks, Mr. Melendres, that you were talking about, these deadlines, all this stuff, I just want to hear it again. These will be incorporated into a procedure so that as we are moving forward, we are not going to miss deadlines. We are going to have tags that we can think of. Yes, this will be incorporated.
Yeah, board president, members of the board and board member Jackson. I think if I could just be honest, I'm in my 7th year in this position. Having this workshop has been a 7-year dream.
Fantastic.
Because
dreams come true.
because it is the role of the board to be an authorizer. You set policy, you approve the budget, and you have the superintendent. And so it is important to us. And so, you know, we've been doing our work the best we can with our more small member team that we're trying to do the stuff that we're doing. And I didn't intend to cause you to meet the deadline. My intention was, let's table this so that we can understand your concerns and have a conversation with the school. We missed the deadline. But if we know through those mistakes now that we can line up the monitoring schedule, the process to engage you as a board, to invite you possibly to come to our site visits to say, hey, see what we're saying.
I think that's a fantastic idea. And it brings to mind, and then I'll stop, but my very first day, and this is what Mr. Melange was talking about, like you want to be able to put us in a position that if there is something that that should not be reauthorized, we're in that position to be able to do that. And it brings to mind my first day of tax law, my first class in tax law. Okay, the attorney or the professor walked in and said, the goal is to pay as few taxes as possible. And I almost feel like the goal of this is to make sure that they have to prove to us that they have merit, right? And so I love that you're doing that. Thank you so much. Dreams come true. And
thank you
that's all.
for the time that you're going to give us, really.
Yeah, and I just want to add too that my dream on this also is that what will happen for us is because we have so many charter schools and it is almost like a zone unto itself, that a lot of our work around charters will be like a very specific board meetings that would be just dedicated to that. So it wouldn't be like caught up in these other things. If we do bring them to, like, they'll be in specials, but then when we do come to the board meeting, we're ready for consenting at that point, if we have to do it that way. But my idea on this was that, one, we get to the workshop so that we can figure out what the calendar looks like, what's really in front of us, what's the playing field of charter schools that we have within this district, but then sort of laying out the process for the governance of this on how that's going to work for us as a board, because it's very unique and it's very specific. Board Member Peterson, and then I'm going to move us along. So June 14th for our workshop. They announced it at the beginning. So.
And then my last question that I just forgot that I have here, and I know that Member Jackson had said, it says shall approve. So they're telling us how we have to vote. They're saying we shall approve. That's saying we have to vote yes. That's what shall means.
That's what I would say.
And if we
And if
didn't,
you don't,
so is that saying all 7 of us, or just shall approve means it just gets a majority vote?
It means that there has to be a majority vote.
We see where you're going with this, Peggy.
Well, everybody already knows what I'm going to do. So just asking if it meant shall, that it mean all 7 of us, all 6 of us have to.
So let's just call the vote on this, please.
Leave that to you.
I need a motion. So can I just get a motion, please?
I'll wait. I do have to jump in.
Okay.
One thing that really bothers me, along with many things about the way charters are structured, is that we have little control over them. The demands, I look at the people sitting at this table and think about the number of other responsibilities besides overseeing charters that they have, that the amount of administrative demand that is put on us to be responsible for charters, while we are not compensated. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the other work that you do. Like lobbying, like overseeing, hopefully, innovation that carries on beyond just our magnets and charters, but really carries on into every school. That it is an enormous task that is put on you with very little compensation to the district for doing so. To you.
All right.
Right. because it's a huge burden because we are limited.
We
in
appreciate
who
you.
you are and how many you are.
Well, okay, so let's just go. I just need a motion on this, please.
I'll move to end this. Yes, thank you. I move to approve, considerate, or to move for approval of the charter renewal for a term of 5 years for El Camino Real Academy.
You have a second?
Someone kill this baby.
I'll second.
All right, can I have a roll call, please?
Peggy Mueller Aragon.
Nope.
Barbara Peterson,
With handcuffs on, yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
No.
Josefina Dominguez,
Only because we're forced to, yes.
Courtney Jackson,
With great concern, yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right. Okay, so our next item for discussion is the approval of the amendment to the contract for East Mountain High School. This is a discussion action.
So finally, for our part, we have East Mountain High School with a request to change their mission to increase their enrollment cap and to expand to middle school. The school's mission does have a typo from myself. It is problem solving, not problem solving, or with an S. Additionally, as the school develops their plan to expand to middle school, they will be required to meet with us so that we understand their plans, not only facility wise, but their curriculum design and expansion, and making sure that there's proper transition in their school. And it's been a great pleasure to work with Trey and see their continued success. And I'll turn it over to Trey if he wants to say anything.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. East Mountain High School has a long history of success. We first opened in the year 2000. We're entering our 23rd year, and we're proud of all of our accomplishments and looking forward to what's next for our school and the future of our school. We're proud that we offer a high quality educational experience. You know about our outcomes, A rating from PED every year, National Blue Ribbon Award, that sort of thing. But our demand for the school continues to increase a lot, especially recently. And so this charter amendment, passed unanimously by our board, does two things. First, it rewords our mission statement. Post-COVID, our stakeholders really wanted us to have a mission statement that was more informative and aspirational. And that's what we did with our mission statement. And second, the second part, as Dr. Escobedo mentioned, is to expand our enrollment. We just recently admitted 110 freshmen for the upcoming school year. And we have 40 more families who are calling us every day to ask, how can we get into this school? And we just have to expand our enrollment cap to be able to do that. And so to do that, we need this amendment passed so we can do that by next year. But also we're looking to the future where we want to make sure we are serving the needs of our families in the area. And we have a monumental task before us as a 9 through 12 school where our upcoming freshman class is representative of 29 different middle school programs, 29. And that's our school really becomes a catch-all for a lot of different programs. And so what our school does is ends up bringing school students and families back into the district, into the public school arena. So we take that obligation seriously, and we think we do have an obligation to serve more families because families are demanding it, and we need to expand so that we can do that. And this amendment is the first step in that process that's going to allow us to explore our options to expand. So thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Because I haven't had a chance to speak tonight, so I think I'm going to go first. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take it. So Dr. Escobedo, did I hear you correct in saying that they're coming with the amendment, but the work still has to be done in terms of like the plan to get there? So I'm wondering why we don't have a plan first before we approve an amendment.
So board president, board members, so the school brought that forward, and that was our discussion was, you know, that this question may come up. We would require it either way. And so the school felt that that was their request, and I think we honor whatever decision you make. It could bring back that middle school option of expansion in the future. Although I think for the school's view, Trey can speak for himself, but it allows them to start the planning process.
So we're
knowing that-
approving an amendment, though, that includes a 6 through 12, but we're really not there because it's really about expanding the cap for high school.
Well, and part of it's expanding the cap for the entirety, so 6 through 12. And there'll be a cap, the new cap of 550. And the real issue is like, we don't currently have the facility space to support that. And what we're learning in the construction process and talking to folks who can help us expand the facility is they need to see the approval first before they will even entertain the idea of building a new building or anything like that. So that's why it does feel a little cart before horse. I would admit that, but we need the approval before we can actually start the planning, especially in regards to facilities.
And you said that your middle schoolers are coming from our district, obviously, so we're going to lose enrollment so that you can increase your enrollment.
I wouldn't see, because we have that number of 29 different middle schools. And so we have students who are coming from private schools, from home schools, from other districts, because of the nature of where we're located. So it's not that we're going to be, I don't see us like losing significant district students to come to our school. We're just meeting the needs of the families in the area.
I have other questions, but I'll stop there because I have some concerns about that. Board Member Tapia Romero.
I don't have any questions regarding this program.
Board Member Dominguez.
Hello.
Hello.
I went to visit, and I'm very impressed with what you're doing. I don't doubt that, East Mountain High School is a viable and admirable option for those families that choose it as a high school. And when we met, and you mentioned this plan to expand, I mentioned immediately, where does Roosevelt fit into this? And so, I support your efforts to expand because I think it's important for the East Mountain community to have the option of a high school in that community. And it's about the same amount of distance to Manzano as it is to your school from Chilili, which is the outermost southern boundary. So I love that kids have choice that way. But I cannot, I don't feel good about supporting the application to expand to a middle school. And here's why. When I look at your demographics, what's going to happen is that this move will essentially segregate the East Mountain into the economically advantaged and the economically disadvantaged. And it would change the rich diversity that is historically the East Mountain, what we know traditionally as the East Mountain area. Roosevelt Middle School has strong leadership, very collaborative, forward-thinking. He's a team builder. He honors a varied community's needs. He's enriching the curriculum for all students. I think he recently, the school applied for STEM, officially STEM status, though he's been doing STEM. And on the social end, he's scheduling after-school dances from 3 to 5 so as to include those small communities, Tijeras, Escabosa, and Chilili. He's got an incredibly committed staff. most of them live in the East Mountain area, and so they're highly invested in the schools. They voted to give up prep periods in order to offer 1 to 3 electives to every child. They've been building the STEM classes. They've won 2 years in a row the Electric Car Challenge. They received the APS Education Foundation grant to build a vertical farming project to align with what is happening next door at A. Montoya. And he's also working with San Antonito, and they're working on creating a STEM track to Manzano, again, to give high school options to those kids. And if you visit Roosevelt Middle School, you're going to see all the characteristics that Mr. Lorenz pointed out about East Mountain High School. Hands-on group projects, engaged students, passionate, committed teachers. And so your proposal to expand, in my view, threatens that very solid program that we've already got. And so I will not support this. But I do support your high school.
Any other discussion? Board Member Peterson?
Since we have been assailed by members of the chamber for recognizing you all, and certainly there are good things going on at East Mountain High.
Great.
There is no doubt. There are great things going on. And I would urge the chamber folks who seem to have tunnel vision for schools like East Mountain to go visit virtually any one of our other schools and see amazing things going on. When I look at your demographics, what's the percentage of Hispanic population community at Roosevelt?
At Roosevelt, I'm not sure.
I mean, with all due respect, I look at this and think, if you weren't knocking it out of the park, you would be doing something fundamentally wrong. When I look at the makeup of who goes to East Mountain High, and that's a reality. I mean, when I look at these demographics, and I'm thinking, because we hear a lot from the chamber community and the business community about everything that we do wrong. But I look at this, when I look at the percentage of economically disadvantaged kids, it is not a moral statement. I look at this and go, these kids have medical care. I look at this and I go, these kids probably have pretty good nutrition. These kids probably are not worrying about where they're going to sleep when they get home, or if they're going to be evicted with all of their possessions out on the sidewalk. I look at this and think, you know, they have transportation. When they're sick, their parents have jobs where they stay home to take care of those kids, rather than pulling a child out of school to stay home with his sibling because mom or dad cannot afford to miss work. They can't afford to stay home and have the leave that they need to take care of other people. So I look at this and go, yeah, let's look at what you're doing curricularly, and let's really look at how do we scale it. And you know what? I look at Dr. Segura and think, we're doing a whole bunch of that already. When I think about the STEM, the agricultural STEM pathway that we're looking at for the South Valley, it's extraordinary. And it's not exclusionary. When I look at the STEM pathway at Garfield and Mission Avenue, you know what? In Valley, it's phenomenal, and it's not exclusionary. And I look at this and think, you know, this is great. You have geographic diversity. And when I look at your enrollment by zip code, it means every single one of those kids has a vehicle that can get them there every day. And so, I mean, I don't mean to just pile this on you, because I think you're working hard to take care of the kids that are in your school, and you do a good job. But it is not reflective of who we are as a community. And I don't think it's doing a favor to this group of students to feel like they are somehow extraordinary and separate from the Roosevelt community, from the A. Montoya community, and from the Manzano community. And this troubles me a whole lot, because it's not representative. We can give you all of the kudos for being the Blue Ribbon School. And I don't doubt that you have an amazing staff, but so do numbers and numbers and numbers of our other schools. And so I do feel a sense of outrage when I look at how dedicated and hardworking my high school teachers at Highland High School are, with a group, with a community that is fundamentally different from the community that goes to East Mountain, and then gets compared to and held up as being something disgraceful instead of who they are and who they serve.
44%. Roosevelt.
Can I risk?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Few things I'd like to say kind of in response to the general tone here. I do, four thoughts I have. First of all, I think what's exclusionary is keeping our enrollment cap small, because what's actually going to help is going to expand our enrollment. That's the best recourse we have to ameliorate any issue about the enrollment. Keeping us at a small number isn't going to fix it. Allowing us to accept more students from the families who are demanding it, that is actually what's going to help with those issues. So I think keeping an enrollment cap small is what's exclusionary. Second of all, if you look actually at the numbers and the outcomes, like we have a 60% proficiency rate of students who are on free and reduced lunch. So we have those students. Charter schools have to take students from whatever that comes in through our lottery. And we're doing good work with those students. And that's important to note. And third of all, the demographics of East Mountain High School are actually way more diverse than the East Mountain area that we serve. So our school is more diverse than the local community that even reflects. And finally, it's just the law that charters are inherently based on that makes them, like, it is actually more inclusive, I think, than the traditional public school model, because in the traditional public school model, you're bound by those boundaries. We have to be open to anyone who applies from anywhere. And so that's something we're open to, and it actually makes us more inclusive, I think, when with having a law written that way. And so we don't get to pick and choose our students. It's not exclusionary. And the fact that it is exclusionary is because of our enrollment cap, and we need to increase that so we can serve more students.
Go ahead.
No,
Peggy.
go ahead.
Well, can I respond?
Yeah,
Because
go
this was in response to me. There is a whole lot of research about what it looks like when you have truly an economically diverse school, and what happens. And this is, you reflect what the statute is. I mean, without a doubt, you're following the law. This is what the statute is. But as students that are more affluent and have that capacity to get to East Mountain, it means that what Roosevelt looks like becomes more and more segregated, that the concentration of socioeconomic impact for a school becomes greater. And that means that when you look at East Mountain High, it looks exactly like what national data looks like, which is when you have a much more diverse economic group, everyone does better. That having that richness improves outcomes for everyone. The problem is when you have that impact on Roosevelt and Manzano, because those are kids that would be at Manzano otherwise, the impact on those schools means that those communities become less and less diverse, that the concentration of all of the things that I laid out become more concentrated. It reduces the choice. It reduces the success of students in those schools, and the schools that we are still responsible for and deal with, because it is taking away the diversity. And this is not on you as an individual or East Mountain as an individual school, but it's what is happening across the district because of the way charters interact and impact the rest of our schools. So it becomes harder for Manzano to offer that rich array of offerings that give students choice when they're there. It impacts with other charters. The same thing with Highland. I mean, they struggle to be able to offer the diversity of curriculum that those students deserve, because there is this narrative that somehow they are inferior, that they are not going to meet kids' needs, that you are putting your child in danger by sending them to Highland. And so it's my frustration is, it's like it's epitomized by East Mountain, but it's not in your lap as being the one and only. It's what that whole structure looks like.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure, I'll keep it quick. And that's just a narrative that I don't accept or communicate with our families. As a Manzano High School graduate myself, grew up in the East Mountains, and East Mountain High School was not an option for me. I had to go either 30 to 40 minutes away, either to Moriarty or to Manzano, and chose Manzano. And the reason I am an educator, the reason I am as a school principal, is because of the teachers I had at Manzano High School. And I never speak ill of Manzano. I love Manzano. I still bleed a little purple. And I think it's important that we share with our families as a state, how do we find the best fit for your students? And there are plenty of families who choose Manzano because it is a better fit. There are plenty of families who choose homeschooling because it's a better fit. And that's the message that we talk about, is just finding the right fit for your student. And for a lot of our local families in the East Mountain area, having a school that's 5 minutes away is a good fit. And our academic outcomes kind of speak for itself and is an attractive option.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you kind of said a little bit what I was about to, to mention there. And I think that's what it comes down to. Like, I don't think at any point was this to pit one school against the other, or say one's better than another. For me personally, I'm seeing this like, if parents are requesting it and they're wanting an expansion for their community, for their family. And in my opinion, as a mom myself, a parent will find a way. Like, if this is what they want and they want something different than what's currently there with the schools in the district, they will find a way to have other options. And personally, I believe your outcomes and your proficiency scores support it. We just approved a school that none of us wanted to approve. Like, we just, like, I shouldn't say we, I did not, and none of us wanted to even include that. Yet we have a school here that is shown to be effective, shown to make an incredible anchor in the East Mountain community. Parents are requesting it. And to me, I'm just like, we're attacking you for wanting to do something right for the community of that area. And it makes me sad, because I think ultimately parents do know what's best for their children. I love what you support here. I love that you gave us all the data for showing how diverse you are, what areas you're pulling from. And I get that sometimes it doesn't quite make sense that we have to approve this first before the plan is, and that ultimately that was completely out of your control, but I think it's important to have this as an option to the East Mountain community. Even in terms of what we deal with snow days and all the craziness that happens up there, which is very different what we deal in Albuquerque or even the East Mountain area. just knowing that you are all looking on how you can serve better, I refuse to hold that against you. Like, I think what you're doing has been remarkable. And again, the first thing I look at is I look at your scores and your proficiency rates and how you're serving. And obviously the lottery is in effect. That's in effect for all charter schools. So you're doing what's right by families there. And dang, I just don't know how it got to that level. And I'm just, however this turns out tonight, I want you to personally know, like, I support your program, your school. Many of us said we visited your school and you were doing a great job. So why wouldn't we want to continue that? So.
I totally, Mr. Smith, totally agree. I mean, we did just approve a school that is absolutely horrible. So I guess if you were doing horrible, you would have our support. What can I say? What happens when you do well? And I never see that a great school like yours is a threat to any of the traditional schools. I don't see it as a threat at all. I see it as a choice that parents should have a right to make. And we just said there should be, Montessori, that school that just got, approved as well, has a lot of the similar demographics that you have, very similar. Yet they got approved. And we said that schools like that should be replicated. So I think what you're doing is absolutely amazing, and you're giving the community what it wants, much like what Corrales did by, they're going to now be a K-8 school. And so you just want to be a mid to, 6th to 12th grade. So very similar. And I'm looking also as what is best for children. And I'm looking at your proficiency levels and going, wow. I mean, our American, Native students, 80% in ELA, 80% in math, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's what the Native population knows that their children can do, and you're making sure that those kids are getting what they need. And that's what the Native population has asked for, because they believe in their children as well. Our Black, I mean, it's 100%, which I believe it has nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's how you're taught, because every child can achieve at the highest levels. Hispanic 62, I mean, it's like, how in the world? And then, like you just said, our free and reduced price meals. I mean, their ELA is almost 54% in English and 46% in math, much better than what we're doing. And why we wouldn't want to have our middle school children choose to go there. And I saw all the zip codes that, do attend your school, and that's pretty phenomenal. So I just think, just like I have about, Montessori and about Corrales, that you're doing a great job, and you deserve to have this. When do you think you would be able to have the facility to?
Yeah, it's definitely a couple of year project out, because what we hear from financiers and construction and architects is we need the approval. Once we have the approval, then we can start to pursue that, and into probably a 2-year to build any sort of facility that can support this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is like really very community driven, much like what Corrales was.
Absolutely.
As
Just-
well.
Yeah.
You're giving the community what they're asking for. You're getting to keep the kids there, that those high schoolers, most of them would have probably wanted to go there for middle school.
Right.
You're giving them what they want. And I just want to just tell you, I think you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. I am very sure your dad is up there and is extraordinarily proud of everything that you're doing.
I just want to add that you said something that was really important, and that was just to make sure that we had a lot of choice and availability for the families in the East Side. And we do. I mean, I think there's like 2 wonderful elementary schools. We've got San Antonito, which is, beautiful and wonderful, doing great stuff. We've got A. Montoya, we've got Roosevelt Middle School, and we've got East Mountain. And I agree that there are families on that side that don't want to have to come over the mountain, but we've also made it possible with the choices that we've made available as a district, in terms of what's available for our families that are on that East Mountain side, because I agree with Mike, if I lived over on that side of the mountain, just, knowing snow days and everything that happens, I would want to know what the landscape is that's available for families. And so where I'm trying to figure out how to get to, how do we also let our communities know we do have choices for you in that really fit that desire to want to not have to travel so far. And but I think for the families that choose to go over the mountain to go over to, that's a different story. But I hear first and foremost, your first thought is to support those East Mountain families, right, that are living in that area so that they have that as a choice. And that makes absolute sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. I think the other side for me, just as I know one of the things that we're grappling with as a district is loss of enrollment. And I know that a big piece for us has been talking about how do we maintain enrollment or grow enrollment also in our Albuquerque public schools and not lose enrollment. So that's another concern that we certainly have. And because it impacts us also in a huge way. And I certainly could support an application that would be to increase your cap for high school. I really could support that. I would feel that would make a lot of sense. I just don't feel comfortable going through the 6 through 12 space only because you guys have done a stellar job as a high school, and I want you to continue to do that stellar job as a high school. And I would love for you to be a great collaborator with us with our Roosevelt Middle School there so that they could be a great school because they're doing some wonderful things there too. And it is a wonderful choice for our families on the east side. So that's where my thoughts are. Trey, it has nothing to do with the quality of your school. I think the school is doing phenomenal pieces and it's doing great work. But I'm also, I, as a public school official, one of the things that I am worried about is our enrollment. And I'm that, it's important to me that the district also look for ways so that we're also supporting our enrollment and we're also trying to find ways to sustain what we have and also grow what we have too. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Madam President, members of the board, may I give you some options so we make sure we don't make mistakes again? So on your action memo, and there is a section statutory compliance. So 2022 AB9 does kind of dictate the process. So if you were to vote and maybe not approve the amendment in its entirety, the school could appeal to the secretary. Now, there's no standards as to why or the processes to which you can deny an amendment. That's not in statute. But one option, just hearing our conversation, could be to approve the mission changes and the enrollment cap increase and to allow us to continue to work with the school on the middle school space. And as they develop a plan, bring that back to you for your consideration if the school so chooses, just as an option. Just wanted to make sure you understood the point that they could appeal to the secretary if you deny the entire item.
I hope they do. I didn't get to say what I wanted.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, first of all, you're doing a phenomenal job. Thank you for providing that opportunity for the East Mountain families. And I think that's the word I want to use is opportunity. I don't know why we would deny an opportunity for our kids to choose something else. And that's the other word, choose. It's their choice. If you're doing well and by statistics, by lottery, people are trying to get into your school because you are doing so well, I almost feel like it is our obligation to give those families more choice. And you mentioned, well, let me get to that. It's not for us to say. If the desire is there, the choice is there, then I don't know why we wouldn't give that opportunity to our kids when we're looking at goals 1 and goals 2, that we need to get our proficiency rates up. And you're offering a school that has proven that it can do that. why wouldn't we take this opportunity and say, hell yeah, let's give our kids that same opportunity and get those proficiency rates up. I don't understand. Can you tell us more specifically to this point, what was your community feedback? Like, do you have data? Data, like conversation? How many people do you have on your wait list? How many families do you have saying, geez, it would really be great if you had a middle school?
Yeah, we ask our families, once they get to the school, if this was an option, would you send your students there? And it's like close to 100% that's where they would send their students for middle school. And we do think we're bringing students back into, into the APS umbrella whenever we do that. Like when I look at the schools, the middle schools next year's freshmen come from, Acton Academy, Albuquerque Institute of Math and Science, Alice King Community School, Edgewood Middle School, Estancia Valley. Like it's just this huge array. And it's not just like a bunch of like public school. It's not just Roosevelt. And so I think we're actually going to be able to expand and just bring more students into this umbrella. And I thank you for pointing out our scores, because our proficiency is amongst the top in the state. And I think we can provide that to more students by expanding as well. And yeah, every single family who comes through our door says, we wish there was a middle school, because families are shopping around. I don't think the state does a great job of communicating. Like I have a 2-year-old, so I'm thinking about daycare, and then I'm thinking about preschool, then I'm thinking about elementary, then I'm thinking about middle school. It's a constant shopping around process that we force families to go through. And high school is like the final one that we put our students through and our families through. And we think a seamless kind of 6-12, all with the same high standards, high expectations, same curriculum under an innovative mission like this was really going to do a service to the community.
Mm-hmm. Because what we hear too is we've seen the data. We have our kids go K through 5. They leave APS for middle school. My God, my kids' friends, they went to the academy, they went to Sandia Prep, they went to all these private schools, they went to charters. They leave the APS umbrella, and then they pop back in at high school because they want that high school experience. So if we're talking about enrollment, it almost seems like it would be important to increase our enrollment by adding a middle school option that is very obviously asked for, demanded from the East Mountain. I would 100% support this motion, or it's not a motion. We don't have a motion yet. I would support this application to increase the enrollment so that you can expand to middle school, because we seem to be making a lot of assumptions as to your enrollment and your demographics, but you're not going out and picking and choosing, correct?
Correct.
Again, this is a lottery. These are people coming to you saying, we really want to go to your school, and you're not cherry picking the best. You're creating an opportunity for our kids so that maybe our goals can be met.
So this maybe would go to Art if this would be horrible if it didn't get approved, and then it was appealed. Here's this great school. What do we think that PED is going to do? And we just, they just made us approve a horrible school. So if it went to appeal, they're going to look at this, everything's, all the T's are crossed and dots are, and you look at their scores, and you look at the choices that people are making to come from all over the place. Just a question for you,
Madam President, Board Member Mueller-Aragon. The tough part of answering your question is the statute says that charter schools are, I don't want to use the word, but in competition with regular schools, and competition is good because it should improve all participants. And so in thinking about where we're going to be tonight, this is a better conversation than the one we had about El Camino. But in terms of specificity, I'm not sure that the best answer is you're going to take kids away from Roosevelt, and therefore we are not going to approve your request for a cap in a middle school. So I think I can't speak for Trey. I know him. I know I knew his father very well also, who was a state legislator and gave me the opportunity to lobby him from time to time. So I know the family, but it seems to me it's up to Trey, but one of the things that I hope you consider is that they could change their mission and raise the cap or increase the cap for their high school. And we come back at another day with more specificity and more planning and more information about a lot of things.
That
I can't predict what PED will do or say, but
so I
You can
do
be-
appreciate that plan. And, you know, like, I think we need to be able to speak honestly about goals 1 and 2 in light of Yazi Martinez students that we need to serve. And so in light of that, goals 1 and 2, how can, Montessori on the Rio Grande, they are working on, they put together applications, information in Spanish. They found a way to try to get their demographics to mirror their community. So, I mean, I support, I love your school. I know, and I do have testament from Augie Montoya, who was a graduate and has nothing but great things to say about it. And one question I posed to him was, Augie, how do we get more kids from Chilili to go there? And he spoke very honestly about it. I mean, he said, you know, I'm very unique. A unique kid from that area. Do you think it could happen? Could you be part of that? So I want it very clear that it's not that I don't support East Mountain High School. I see why it's viable. And I have spoken to a graduate who represents Yazi Martinez to find ways to recruit to the school. But I think that's got to be, I'd like to see that be your mission. And grow your high school that way.
Yeah, I think the best way to do that is to expand our enrollment so we can actually accept more students, because if we continue to have a small enrollment cap and we do that sort of level of recruitment, we're just going to have more and more upset families. I have families calling me every single day in tears. They moved to the East Mountains to have a high quality educational experience and they cannot get in. The only way we can do that, any of this, is by expanding our enrollment cap.
And you do have in your mission statement, engage as a diverse community of learners.
That's right. We take that seriously.
It's your mission, so I believe you do.
So I'm sorry, Joseph, could you repeat what you just said, what you offered up?
So I just wanted to remind the board members and board member Jackson, I just wanted to remind you of the school, if you were to vote and not approve the amendment, the school could appeal the decision of the board to the secretary. What is different is there's no measurement of why you can deny amendment or why you can't, which is converse to renewal. So I just wanted to point out, so for example, if you wanted to make a motion that approved the enrollment cap with the mission statement and asked us to come back with a plan regarding middle schools. That could be an option. Or for us to work on something new.
Okay, so yes, we could approve a change of the mission statement. Yes, we could approve a change of the enrollment cap. And just based on the tone that I'm getting, come back maybe later for middle school.
And so if we did that type of motion, would that give you the ability to start moving forward in your plans for building and working with your contractors and?
That number, that higher enrollment cap number should help without the specificity of the grade level. I think that at least would allow us to get started in those conversations with architects and finance.
Right, knowing that we have the possibility of coming back and discussing the middle school option for you.
So that enrollment cap of that you wanted to raise to 550, was that in your mind going to be inclusive of those 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, not 550 for high school though, correct?
And that's correct. I mean, our plan is, because we have the space, right? We're on 30 acres. And so we
Right.
can do a really good job of cohorting, have a really solid 6-7 cohort, 8-9 cohort, and then a 10-12 cohort, which is part of the long-term plan. So just like a larger high school of 550 is not really in the plan right now. But we do have an immediate concern of the families who are really trying to get in for this coming school year. And we'd love to be able to expand at least to what we can currently accommodate.
Okay, and so then if we chose to put the middle school till a later date, what do you think, Mr. Smith, would be the best time to bring that back? I mean, in your calculations of what might work for you? Or Dr. Escobedo, whoever can answer that, I don't know.
Board, members of the board member Mueller Aragon, I think it'd be really when Trey had some specificity and I could bring you a 1 to 2 page document that explains their middle school expansion. So I don't know a timeline specific to that. Paul? I think
I'm like
Paul
May.
can come back.
You do it by May.
By May?
I mean, could it be, I mean, I don't know how fast it could. I mean, it'd be better faster so you can get moving. And then to Art, if we, everything gets brought back. I mean, we obviously, well, I don't know if we can, if we get a we shall vote for something. But whatever. How could we not vote for this? I just don't, I mean, I'd like to know, how can we just go no when they're so fantastic?
Well, we don't want to say no.
I want to
trying
say, yeah,
work-
I'm all
we're
yes for it
trying
tonight.
to
So
find
just so you
ways to
know.
Be supportive of the high school. The immediate need is for the high school. So I think I like Joseph's idea that
The immediate need was for middle school.
That was what he was talking about. It was middle
the
school.
the
That was the main-
100 families.
Yes.
So there is immediate and long, when I say immediate, I was talking about like our next year lottery, right? We're not going to have any sort of 6th through 8th program next
Right.
year. So we
Right.
do have 40 families currently who can't get in that we'd like to get at least a few of them off the waiting list. So that's like the issue for this coming year that we'd like to solve now. But the quicker we can move on the long-term plan, the better.
Because you did say that all the students, almost 100% of them said they would have, had there been a middle school, they would have attended.
Yeah.
And that's what they would have wanted.
The
So
soonest you could have your middle school ready would be in a couple of years.
That's
is what
right.
You're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we don't want to just squeeze them in with the high
Right.
schoolers. Like we need a new facility,
Yeah,
which
you
will
need a
take
whole
2
new
years.
place. Yeah.
What's the physical capacity of your school now for increased enrollment?
Right now, just a little, like probably in the 420 to 440 range. And that's just physical capacity. That's not really taking into account staffing, but
Right.
yeah.
As you still have to staff up.
I mean, what are you thinking, Dr. Escobedo? I see you thinking there.
Members of the board and member Mueller Aragon, I think Our recommendation around maybe waiting for the middle school is, an option, but that's up to the board. And I just want to make sure, we're just making sure that you're aware of the statutory awareness that they could appeal either way.
And Mr. Smith, I mean, I know what you want because you came with what you wanted, but what will be okay with you? Maybe not optimal, but.
I mean, if we did put the middle school component till later, I just hope that we have movement. I don't, is the conversation going to be the same in a couple of months right now or not? Right. So it is important to us that our mission rewording get approved, that we have an expanded enrollment cap. We are great collaborators. We have a fantastic relationship with Dr. Escobedo and the entire charter community. We work with our local schools. We meet with San Antonito all of the time. We have a great relationship with Roosevelt too. So we're constantly collaborating and we have conversations about which school is the best fit for whatever reason. We don't have a marching band. So there's plenty of students who are going to Manzano. We don't have football. Students are going to Moriarty because we don't offer those things. So we have those conversations. And if we do bring that conversation up later, I just hope that we see some fruitful movement and discussion on that topic.
And I just see charter school, they're APS charter schools. They are our kids. They're not separate. I mean, and I don't think that that's how we should look at them. They are our students, whether they go to a charter school or just a traditional school, they're our kids.
So, sorry, I'm even, it's this like, this whole conversation is like pains me. And and if you don't get it, I would encourage you to appeal. Like, because I just heard what we approved. And again, that is like, that couldn't have been placed at a better placement on the agenda for us to have that proceed, going into your conversation.
So,
and one more thing, like, you're sorry, like he just said, like how much they're collaborating with APS and everything that they do. When in turn, we heard in public comment how APS has not collaborated with on the opposite end, for other programs. And that has been a big challenge. And you're making the efforts to do that with the schools. And, guys, we got to get it right.
So are you also collaborating with A. Montoya?
So because San Antonio is our neighbor,
Right,
they're across the street.
That I
And
get.
so, yeah, we've got a really nice experience where our students, our fourth period robotics students can walk across the street and go to San Antonio and work with their STEM students. And it's a pretty great relationship there. We just, because of the proximity, that's why we have a better relationship with San Antonio, I think. A. Montoya haven't had as much outreach just because it's a little further away, but totally willing to, yeah.
And that's my only request, when Montessori on the Rio Grande came before us, I was complimentary. The only thing I requested was, and they took it to heart because they're working on it. See what you can do. Work on your demographics. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request because we are public school. We need to serve our kiddos, the East Mountain kiddos, all of them. And I think you have, Augie's your best recruiter. So put him to work for you.
And I would say anything that you could do to support the STEM piece at Roosevelt would be great too, like you do with San Antonio, as if you could get out to Roosevelt and really encourage our middle school students there, because we're in a space where we definitely need to transform or look at ways to make our middle school much more meaningful. And I know that part of what we've always asked for with our charters is to be more collaborative with our regular public schools. I'm grateful to hear that you do go across the street to San Antonio. But I would really want to see that also, because I worry about the middle school space, and our job is also to figure out how we could create that opportunity for our middle schoolers so that they could also see a place from that. And that might it could work. I mean, it could also be an opportunity where, you know, Roosevelt is given a fair shake too, and some of the things that they need to do. It's a great school. I remember visiting Roosevelt many times. They have a really sweet little school there too. So, and it's all East Mountain kids as well. So, I mean, and what I was saying is just having options for our families on the east side. I include all of our options. You know, it's not just a charter school, but all of our public schools, because you are a public school, and I understand that and I get that. And so the choice and the options for families is great, but I'd also love to be able to see some of our families choose Roosevelt too, right? That it's also going to continue to be a viable option for them too, because not all of them are going to be able to get in. I mean, the reality is also the lottery doesn't work for everybody, because it's the same with our magnet schools internally for us as well. We have wait lists on our own magnet schools. So I get that and I understand that. So could I have a motion on this, please?
I have a quick question then to you, Art. Is it statutory to mandate that there have to be demographic changes to get approval? I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
No. Okay, so I mean, I'm happy to make a motion. I'm hesitant to make a motion. I don't think it's going to pass, because I don't want us to be in a situation that we've just come out of. So, and I don't think it's fair to you, Mr. Smith, to ask you what you want to do. Like, we're here to make these decisions, right? You came very obvious. We know what you want. So, gosh.
How did you phrase it?
So it would be approval of the amendment of the contract for East Mountain High School, approving their mission statement changes and their enrollment cap increase.
So moved.
I'll second.
Can I have a
Member
roll call?
Jackson, are you okay?
Well, I mean, I'd like to give him the whole enchilada. But the motion, motion's on the table. So
remind me what happened if we're a split vote. Obviously, it doesn't carry.
Correct.
Are we able to reintroduce it?
Do another, you can do a substitute motion.
Mhm.
If it's,
It-
Madam President, board members, if it's a 3-3 vote,
It fails.
it fails. And they would have the opportunity legally to appeal a failed decision. If, just to be candid, if you accept Mr. Escobedo's wording, it puts them in half an apple, not the whole apple, or enchilada. And with the hope that they could come back. I can't speak for Trey, but it makes it much more difficult to appeal.
I want Trey to know, though, we want to work with you. And I hope that that's the tone and the intent that you're getting. I mean, we don't.
So then, Art, if it fails and they appeal. Okay, so that's one. So they appeal. And then the only thing that they can do is appeal. Like, we can't have another vote when, obviously we're missing one person here tonight. So, I mean, I just want to know what is going to be like best, because the school's so phenomenal and so good for the kids. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing by the kids.
So we've asked for a more developed plan to come back. Chances are when it comes back, there will be 7 members on this board sitting here for a vote. I don't think it is unreasonable to ask for a more developed plan. We have expressed some concerns. We've expressed great support We've expressed a whole lot of cheering East Mountain High on for all the wonderful things that are happening. And we've asked for a more developed plan for a middle school expansion. What would that look like? How will it impact other schools? And how can there be a collaborative relationship? Increasing the cap will let you address your concern for next year, the immediate concern, and we will come back for further discussion for the one fundamental change that we've asked for more information about.
Okay, so we have.
So we have a motion and we have a second. I'm going to ask for a roll call, please.
Peggy Mueller Aragon,
Yes.
Barbara Peterson,
Yes.
Crystal Tapia Romero,
Yes, but I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Yolanda Montoya Cordova.
Yes. All right. So our next.
Come back quickly.
Our next item is an update on school safety. And Secretary Jackson, you've got the floor.
So, there have been a lot of events that have occurred over the past couple of months that have kind of brought to the forefront school safety. And a couple weeks ago, the executive committee did meet with the superintendent and Dr. Blakey to kind of discuss some of these issues. And so we decided that it would be a very good idea to speak to an empty room. Sorry, Esteban.
He's still.
So I'm going to talk to you, Esteban. So keep eye contact with me to give an update about school safety. So I did send out a memo, but we did think it was important that the public knew that what some of the updates were that were occurring. So the first one is that APS is now going to be partnering with the Office of the District Attorney. And I'm sure several of you saw the press conference, you attended the press conference, and there was a very strong messaging that gun violence is not going to be tolerated. Also, in conjunction with that, which I think is more important, is the collaboration that will be between the DA, APS, and APD to create a pilot program within our schools. And I just want to highlight that this idea came from an APS mom who happens to work in the DA's office. She spearheaded this and really wanted to make a difference. And so with us meeting in that room, kind of creating this pilot program that is going to begin in the fall, it's just a great show of how collaboration and advocacy can really work to the benefit of our kids. So this pilot program is going to highlight, first of all, the consequences of bringing a gun to school. And second to that, a discussion on how we can get students out of situations before they make a mistake. Because obviously if you bring a gun to school is very cut and dry. Like the district attorney highlighted that several times, but a lot of times our kids are in situations where they maybe don't want to do it, but they just don't know what the resources are to get out of those certain situations. So that will be starting in the fall. It will be a pilot program. What we're discussing, it'll be a pilot program with 5 schools. We'll start in 3 middle schools and 2 high schools. This is going to be presented to the Super SAC in April, where we're going to present an outline in conjunction with Dr. Blakey, so that we can kind of get feedback from the students, from those who are most directly affected by school violence. And restorative coordinators will be included in all of these discussions. So the other entity that we've had discussions with is the Albuquerque Police Department. The reason that we had these conversations were that several APD officers and had kind of reached out to say, we want to help. Like, how can we help? How can we be involved? I think there's definitely some communication issues that are going to be addressed. And I think again, with the meeting that occurred between the district attorney, the superintendent, APS, APD, BCSO, I understand even I think the FBI, the DOJ, they were all in this room. Just the fact that they all got into this room and started to have communication was so key. And so I think we will be looking at how APD can work with us, how they can potentially have card access to our schools so that they can help. But this is all discussions that we will be talking about as we really start to develop a safety strategy as we move forward. The other thing that we talked about was safety technology. We do potentially have an RFP coming for us in which they are going to be introducing a panic button badge that will be paid for via ESSER funds. So we'll be discussing that. And we also wanted to kind of highlight that the Albuquerque Office of Emergency Management is providing training to our staff. Dr. Blakey is meeting with the city every other week to discuss safety issues. We did discuss the need to develop a safety strategy, like I mentioned, and there was even a possibility that maybe the board could look at bringing a resolution, like a school safety resolution, to kind of really highlight that this is important. But I have to say this became very personal today when my child called me from school because there was a threat or she thought there was a gun on campus. And so I got to stand in line today with a bunch of Eisenhower parents, terrified that something had happened. It turns out it was a threat. It turns out it was a prank. Nevertheless, I was terrified. You see these kids walking out, they're terrified. My daughter's terrified. And this hits home. And if I can just take a moment, I really do want to thank you, Scott, for taking my call. And I want to highlight Jonathan Seiss, Melanie Tapia, Melissa Poole. They did an excellent job today of assuring parents that everything was going to be okay. And Mr. G, if you're listening, I do want to thank you for taking care of my kid today. But this is becoming, what I heard was this is becoming more of an issue. Pranks like this are becoming more of an issue. And so we really need to start addressing that. We need to look at maybe handbook changes. I honestly don't know, but what are the consequences if there are pranks? There was a lot of trauma that occurred today on campus because of a prank. And so we need to look at things like that. So I guess the whole point of this is people come to public forum and they talk at us and we can't respond back. But we do want you to know that we are looking at this. We are creating strategies. We are working with the entities within APS. The administration has responded. We are going to make changes, and we do know that the safety of our kids is first and foremost and should be the one thing that we are concerned about. So I think I will leave it at that. Are there any questions?
No,
Any additions?
Board Member Jackson, I just want to say thank you for sharing, the event that happened today. And I agree with you. I mean, the whole safety discussion and the fear that our students are feeling these days is really palpable. I mean, it definitely is really important that because they are so afraid too, we need to make sure that on the back end of this also, that we've got some really strong social emotional supports, right? Because when our kiddos go back to the school, we want them to also feel confident too in some of the, one is understanding the measures are there for their safety, but and more importantly, not just that we're going to also you're going to get in trouble. I want kids to know that for sure, but I also want the kids to know that that are traumatized by this too, that there's ways that we could also support them to live through that or to get past that too. So, I mean, that's another important part that we have to do. And, on the public comments tonight, the whole issue around the restorative practices so that we can start to create communities that are also, sort of our restorative practices, sort of looking from that lens of also how can they create a culture of kindness and a culture of civility and just this whole piece of that they're part of a community so that we can stop and end the pranks, right? I mean, I think they need to understand that. I mean, sometimes we have kids that are thinking they're goofing off and that they're doing things that are not hurtful, or they think it's funny and it's not. It's really similar to that. I mean, we have a lot of kids that I think are not always firing with the right brain cells. Sometimes I get really concerned about that. But I am concerned about just the amount of trauma that our communities are going through right now and the sense of insecurity and just the heightened awareness that our kids have and our moms have. I mean, I hear it in your voice. Yeah, I hear it in your, our moms and dads are also equally as concerned about that. So I really appreciate you sharing, how it hit home for you today, because that had to have been really difficult. And so I'm sorry that happened to you. And that more importantly, I'm sorry that it happened to your daughter, to our kiddos, because it's something she's going to remember. I mean, it's really palpable for our kids. So any other thoughts?
Can I add just something to this? Because I want to, I guess, really recognize Principal Michelle Torres over at West Mesa, based on all of her efforts of what she has done and what she's currently doing to improve student safety at the school. Because like Courtney said, many times, like we're spoken to, but we're not able to respond. And I hear, and I'm grateful for everybody who from West Mesa that came and advocated and the students that spoke up, and even tonight still hearing from staff, but many times we're not able to respond at what she is doing to improve this. So I want to just touch briefly on a couple of them. I won't say the whole list because I have a pretty extensive list here of what she has put in place. And everything is, from major things of getting cameras repaired, gate card readers repaired, to even working with city officials to make sure that we have permanent cameras in the parks across the street and that they're covering tunnels. And because we've said it time and time again, that it's not just a West Mesa issue. It's not just a district issue, like it's something throughout our entire community. And I appreciate her taking the steps and making the efforts to involve APD and other city leaders on how we can be proactive with this. And, she's serving on different task forces and working with the Lieutenant Governor's office and his team to be able to help West Mesa pull through this. Because right now, we all know that they had the target, in terms of student safety. And we knew it was district wide, but it was like the emphasis was on West Mesa. And she has been a trooper through all this, and even being able to communicate the best she can with her staff and allowing them to still advocate and have their voice be heard. But she's made the changes needed. And honestly, we know we still have a ways to go. And I appreciate the district for starting to take those steps and working with all of these other agencies. But man, I wish I could just shout from the rooftops how awesome Ms. Torres has been over at West Mesa. And because she's taken a lot of heat for everything that has happened and really trying to be responsive to the families of students and her staff. And we all know we're not going to make everybody happy, but I love what she's continuing to do and what she's trying to create over there. And, I have pages and pages of everything she shared with me of what we're doing. And I met with her and Dr. Gonzalez, and it was just, I was impressed and even felt just even a greater sense of pride of being a fellow Mustang of what they're doing there. And tomorrow I'll be over at the Community School Council meeting with them because we want to make sure that we still keep this on the forefront of everything that we need to do. But I specifically want to highlight what we have done and talk to the solutions, not just the problems, because we do that too often. But Ms. Torres, I don't know if you're listening, but thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're creating with your team there. And I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to move on because it's already 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, but thanks for sharing that. I know that there's been a lot of good work that's going on there, and I appreciate us sharing the actions that we are taking so that we can support that. And you're right, not everybody's going to hear it, and everybody's still going to be concerned about safety. But that's why it's really important for us to have that restorative piece in there too, so that we can start to build that confidence that our schools do still continue to be really safe spaces. And they will be. So our next item is just our student outcomes focused governance. Yeah, we're 50%. It's just a report on our goals, guardrails, and the strategic plan. I don't think we have a whole lot. Superintendent Elder was just going to give us an update on where we are with strat plan. I know you're still working on it.
Quite a bit.
Oh, you do? Okay, well, let's go.
Be here for a while.
You got to be here for an hour.
God, we have to be here till 3 a.m.
That's what I'm supposed to do. No, I'll be brief. Over the past month or so, since Attune presented the organizational diagnostic findings and the emerging priorities for the strategic plan, we as a leadership team have been focusing on identifying the essential work to be done under each priority that we believe will ultimately help us achieve our board goals. So specifically, we confirmed the 4 priorities to anchor our strategic plan over the next 5 years. We shared an initial draft with the advisory group, made small adjustments, and landed on the final priorities. From there, we drafted a set of initiatives. These are the key projects that can take anywhere between 1 to 3 years to implement with fidelity. We gathered 2 rounds of feedback on this draft set of work from the advisory group and conducted 18 more focus groups with students, teachers, school leaders, and families, along with the Yazzie Martinez Council and the Tribal Council, which included 2 engagements each.
Amazing.
Feedback through these conversations with our community have been positive. The priorities and initiatives are resonating strongly with stakeholders, especially our students. And we believe many are optimistic about the work we have identified to prioritize. Yet, we also have heard they have questions on how this work will be done, to what extent stakeholders will be consistently engaged at the table, and to what extent ensuing equitable resources and outcomes will be central to the conversation. So thankfully, these concerns align directly with our guardrails and we are hopeful as we start to move forward towards implementation that our stakeholders will recognize our commitment as an administration to doing this work in a meaningful and connected manner with all members of our school community. We have created the initial sequencing of how these initiatives would roll out over the next 5 years in order to ensure we implement work at the right time, not taking on too much or moving too fast, which can be overwhelming for teachers and principals in particular. We are continuing to evaluate the sequence at this time. And now, cabinet members and other senior leaders are finalizing detailed work plans for each initiative we aim to initiate either this spring or this coming school year. These work plans include responsible parties and timelines for start and completion attached to each specific deliverable, so it's clear who is responsible for moving this important work forward. The level of detail will be critical in holding ourselves accountable to the plan. Cabinet members have also begun identifying which specific resources are needed to implement this work in a high-quality way. This is an essential step as well, so we can assess what is and is not available, so we can make executive decisions on how to move forward, knowing clearly where there may be challenges due to the availability of resources. And lastly, we've done an initial crosswalk between the key measurements of our impact, the interim goals and interim guardrails, and the current initiatives to determine what additional measures may be needed to help us holistically track how well implementation of the strategic plan is going, and are the incentive or initiatives having the desired impact. There is significant overlap, which is good news. That's what we want. And shows how focused and aligned the cabinet has been in working to support the board's governance work and building out the strategic plan. We hope by the end of April to have the strategic plan completed and the supporting implementation and progress monitoring tools complete. Now that was in concordance with the tune. That's our timeline. But I'm about to say something. In addition, we've been meeting with the Council of Great City Schools to discuss both the interim goals and guardrails and adaptations to them and the progress monitoring. Now, these meetings have been productive and we are working on some of the interim goals as we speak. One of the biggest steps, and it's the thing that slows us down, is the need to calibrate those interim goals to the final goals. You guys had a lot of good ideas, but when we looked at some of them, they didn't necessarily have any correlation to what the final goal was. Or if they did, we couldn't find enough of it. So they were trying to find a correlation of 0.5 or higher. And so that's something, that's why Dr. Bowman bravely stuck it out. So he wanted to make sure I said it right. And he's going to say I did it well enough, right? Just nod your head, Dr. Bowman. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's very good. So we're hoping to the end of April, but so we're having these meetings with the Council of Great City Schools. We're working on the interim goals. We're again working on that correlation so that the final goals, if the data we report will serve its intended purpose. This takes time. We're aiming to present these revisions in May after graduation. But I do need to remind you right now, we are in the middle of the end of the school year. We are completing the strategic plan and we are in the hardest part of it right now. This is the most difficult work we've done. We are finalizing the budget and trying to put it in a format that assists you all in understanding or answering the questions you have asked. We have been developing and completing a calendar, reconfiguring our transportation routes to see if we can do the start times, preparing for graduation. And there's a lot of other things that are happening. None of this is held by any single department, but all of it is very time consuming. It's incredibly complex. We are aware of the need to present a progress monitoring calendar. I am saying that the earliest we can begin our initial round of reporting will be in mid-June. And we are just, we're stressed and we're running hard. Dr. Segura was a rock star tonight. She was very brave and very calm. And I'm very appreciative of her being here, but she has been worried. There's been a lot of stress. Dr. Bowman's department, we are asking a ton of them at a time we're about to start state assessment. Oh yeah, that's the other little thing we've got going on. So there's some pretty significant, this is just that time of year. April is a really hard time of year with all the additional responsibilities that have been placed on us. It's getting a little snippy on the 6th floor. So we're trying real hard to maintain cheerful and happy attitudes. There are days, even Sammy Sunshine out there, that it's harder than others. But so that's what we're aiming for. That is our update. And I think next time we report, we'll show you some of the work around what some of these initiatives look like and what the timeframes look and how it's laid out. It's just, I don't want to do that tonight.
So how can we alleviate some of that stress? Because none of that is good.
It's just what it is. I mean, we have to do year-end reporting. We have to design a budget. This is always a hard time of year. But the strategic plan, which I mean, it's a good process. We picked a good group. They're helping us a lot, but we still have to do the work. They're not writing it for us. They kind of guide us and they give us, here's what we think you should look at, but we're the ones who have to do it and figure out how it's going to work and then sequence that out over the next 3 years. I think remembering it's a 5-year plan.
Right. And I just want to add to Board Member Dominguez that when Superintendent and I met with Ashley for our coaching at the beginning of this week, we also talked about everything that was on our plate because she had given me that timeline. And just based on everything I was hearing, I said, because I know that one of the things that was brought up was like, well, when are we going to get this monitoring calendar? And it was through that process that I learned that it's really iterative because they had to go back and look at the interim goals, figure out how they could pull that together and time it with each of those goals, and nothing was coming around very easily. So Dr. Bowman, thank you so much for, for saying and sticking with that and saying, oh, we got to push back. We've got to be able to do this right. Because everything that I heard is that the district really wants to make sure that they're giving us good data and that it's data that they can trust and that we're doing it. And we're not going to be rash and we're not going to make just a quick decision. So during that conversation, we talked about pushing that out. I said, there's no reason for us to have it at this moment, given everything that's on our plate, knowing that the board also is going to have to get really intense around the budget that's coming before us and all of the end of the year stuff and graduations, which takes us out for basically a whole week. So we are missing a board meeting in that process. So talked about it with the superintendent, is like giving permission that we're going to sort of we're just going to move the rubric up a little bit. And we probably won't even do our first progress monitoring practice until sometime in late summer. So probably, June, July, so that we can do that. But we have to get a calendar, and they can't get a calendar together with all of the stuff that they had on their plate with just dealing with the calendar that we had to approve tonight. So, and so Dr. Bowman, I just want to say thank you, because I know that we've put you guys through the paces. But I really appreciate your expertise on this, because I know you've been really, sticking at that and saying, nope, we can't do that. We're going to do it. We're going to do it well. And I appreciate your expertise on this, because you're the one that lives in the world of data and knowing what we can get access to and what's real and what's consistent and what we could do to make sure that it's really going to be tied to really reporting important data that's going to be connected to each of those outcomes. So I appreciate that. And thanks for sticking it out tonight.
Of course.
You look tired.
It's been a very long day.
You were just sitting there so we'd have somebody to talk to. And you and Martine.
No,
And thanks for being here tonight, Peggy, for your birthday.
Oh, happy
birthday.
It was Peggy's birthday today.
Oh my gosh, happy birthday. All right. Well, you could go have dinner now. All right. So let's go ahead. I'll just thank you, Superintendent, for that report. That's great news in terms of where we are with strategic plan and all the work that's been going on there. And please be sure to extend our gratitude to all of the senior cabinet and staff and all the work that they're doing with everything that's going on right now, because it does sound like it's pretty intense up there for you guys. All right, so the announcement of upcoming board meetings. The next Board of Education meeting will be held on Wednesday, April 19th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the John Milne Community Boardroom of the Alice and Bruce King Educational Complex, 6400 Uptown Boulevard, or virtually at aps.edu. And the next special Board of Education meeting will be held on Wednesday, April 26th, 2023 at 5:15 p.m. or immediately following the Finance Committee meeting here in the John Milne Community Boardroom, and also online at aps.edu. And with that, we are adjourned. Good night, ladies.